Good morning to you, viewers, and welcome to Signature Television. This is a Signature Sport, and it comes your ways every Mondays to Saturdays at 11 a.m., where we take you to the best of sports globally, looking at all the top stories making round in your ever exciting one of sport, from the local scene as well as the foreign scene, where the excitement gets you. We also bring you full coverage. My name is Franklin Imona, your sport anchor, and today on the show we will be looking at some of the top stories in the world of sport from the local scene, where we will take you to basketball, football, as well as some of the biggest news, not really cheering, I must say, from the camp of Cameroon, just the way we did tell you, as well as giving you all the in-swingers from the world of the Champions League. All these and many more loading on the show. And first, we begin from Abuja here, where Nigerians River Supers have been invited to participate in the Chief of Defense Staff Independent Basketball Championship. It will be going down later this week, as River Supers, one of the top names in the world of Nigerian basketball, will have their hands full as they participate to show their might in this championship. River Supers, recall that they were a part of the Basketball African League, where they were knocked out in the semi-finals by their counterpart all the way from Uganda. We also hear that with 4-point deficit, Rivers Hoopers will be part of the team, even though they were known for their late ways to which they usually bounce back to win matches. 4 points, I must say, in their last 3 games in terms of wins. More like 4 wins in their last few games. And with that, we take you to the Nigerian Premier Football League, where actions went down yesterday. It's all about Aimba Football Club getting that all-important win over their rivals yesterday in that game. Not also forgetting Bendel Insurance, as they ran away 1-0 winners in their game against Free SC. That is a Shooting Stars of Ibadan. Goal scored by Mike Enarame gave Bendel Insurance all the much important win needed for Coach Monday or Digger side to bounce back and show why they are ready to become the champions once again. We'll see if we can establish a connection with the coach of Bendel Insurance, Coach Monday or Digger. We have information reaching me as if that is currently with his team trying to see if they can still perfect their move and make sure that they get back to winning ways. But we have the media officer of Bendel Insurance with us live on the show, Mr. Kende or Sagede. He joins us on the show. Good morning, Mr. Kende.
Good morning and thank you so much.
Welcome to Signature Sport. It's a pleasure having you join us on the show.
Thank you.
Quickly, let's look at Bendel Insurance and their resurgence in the Nigerian Premier Football League this season. Though they are not in an enviable position in the league, but we must give it to Bendel Insurance. Yesterday, they ran away with a 1-0 win.
Yes, like you have said, we are not that fantastic now, but I know we are growing. We'll get there very soon. Because the league just started. Don't forget Rangers that won the cup last season are the league champions. They were nowhere to be found. When we started last season, they were behind us, far behind us. But at the end of the day, they are the cup winners and the defending champions. So
All right.
Don't write us off. We are also coming.
All right, let's quickly look at Bendel Insurance. One thing that Bendel Insurance is known for is their fantastic set of goalkeepers they have had in a couple of seasons. Currently, Monday, Amas Obasogi, I beg your pardon, happens to be the top choice goalkeeper for Bendel Insurance, but of lately, it seems that he's not part of the team. How true is this? And what is Coach Monday Odige trying to do moving forward to solve the goalkeeping department?
As a matter of fact, players' movement is just like army barracks, soldier go, soldier come. That's the situation now. That's the best way I can describe it. Amas Obasogi has been with us flying from childhood, and he got opportunity to go abroad and play. So we gave him the chance to go there, and he's outside the country playing. So that does not mean that without Amas Obasogi, the other persons can come up in the insurance. We have other goalkeepers, and Joshua Baba is very good, very young, is there. Then before we now also brought Suleiman Soliu from and so far they have not done badly. Soliu has been acting well, and I know there is room for improvement. We continue. Like you just observed, insurance, we are known for good defensive network and goalkeeping. So it's the same thing. We will continue with that. To blend a team together, a team that the first regular first 11 to leave a team, and we are bringing in new players. Should expect something like this. I think it should take some time to gel and really understand themselves and continue to produce what we are known for. So I think that is the situation we find ourselves. We thank God for the results yesterday. Last weekend, we were able to secure the 3 maximum points. Glory be to God.
Absolutely, we must say glory be to God. But moving forward for Bendel Insurance, so far this season they have won just one game, they have lost 2, and they have drawn 1 game. Yesterday we saw the presence of Coach Austin Guavo among the supporters to cheer the Bendel Insurance team. Bendel Insurance, moving forward, what is the plan for Coach Monday or Dige's side in terms of getting all 3 points in the next game away from home?
Of course, in every game, just like he said during the post-match interview yesterday, and sometimes you struggle whether you get a draw. So far, we have not done badly. I mean, 1 win, 2 draws, and 1 loss. It's not a very bad one, but I expected us to go beyond that level, at this level. But going forward, you have said the next match is against Academy Warriors coming to Benin. We expect nothing short of victory in that game. I am very confident that the result we posted yesterday is a booster for the boys, to really give them that confidence, that winning mentality. So I'm very sure they will do better in the next game. And again, the coaches, we are still observing, looking at the players. There are some that have not even been given the chance to play at all. And don't forget, the man that scored the goal yesterday was not even in the team at all, was not even part of the plan to even dress up in the first place. It was later they brought him in, late minute. So he was the one that gave us the goal. So never can tell. Let's see what will happen. Because we still have young chaps. We still have many young chaps in our foot. And some of them will come up, and again, we are talking about what's the plan.
Exactly. What's the plan for Bendel Insurance moving forward in terms of gathering the result? Oh wow, it seems that we lost Mr. Kende Osagede, the media officer of Bendel Insurance. We will try to establish a connection with him as the show progresses. All right, away from that, let's also move down to the games that will be going down later today between ENUGU Rangers and Bendel and Bielsa United. Yes, ENUGU Rangers at home, defending champions, will be welcoming Bendel Insurance at the Cathedral, where they intend to grind all 3 points. Looking at ENUGU Rangers, they haven't been in a fantastic form so far this season, but it is the hope of insurance fans to see if coach Fidelis Ilechukwu will bounce back from some of the poor runs of results and see if they can get all 3 points against stubborn Bielsa United fans coached by Ladan Boso. We are trying to see if we can establish a connection with a man all the way from Enugu State as it joins us on the show. Let's see if we can get a coach Fidelis of State to give us 8 swingers and preparations for the team moving forward in the game against Bielsa United. Hoping to see if we can get across to Nobet Okolie, the media officer of ENUGU Rangers, or we can get across to the coach himself because information reaching us as a team that are currently in early morning training section as they get set to welcome their opponent live at the Cathedral. As we on the show where we Nigerian Football Federation have decided to stage their monthly award for Nigerian players, both in Nigeria as well as in diaspora. This is something new, something cherished, something never done before. Where players will be rewarded for hard work. Yes, the NFF has really stepped up their game in terms of giving Nigerian footballer credence to see if football will be revived in the continent. I will make sure we get our man on the show to give us updates on that particular piece of information as to which of the categories the NFF are trying to look. Player of the month, they're looking at defenders, goalkeepers of the month, amateur player of the month, looking at the top scorer as well as the overall best team of the month. We will definitely get a man to give us updates on the plans of the Nigerian Football Federation concerning that news. All right, away from that, still on the show, a signature sport on a signature television, we have intent to give you the very best in sport reportage. All right, away from that, let's let you know that actions are definitely we continue the week all across the federation. But wait, before we give you all the match day fixtures for match day 5, let's let you know that in other cherry news that Egypt are set to pull out of the African Cup of Nations under 2025. Now, initially, it was South Africa that made their intention known in hosting, but Egypt decided to take over the hosting rights from South Africa. But from what we are hearing, has it that Egypt are threatening to pull out. And if they do, the AFCON for 2025 under 20 will be left in jeopardy, where it's going to be chaos and more chaos for African football. All right, let's see if we can establish a connection with a man as he joins us live on the show to give us in swingers concerning the Nigerian Football Federation's plan in getting the CAF. Not really CAF, no, not CAF, a Nigerian award for some of the best footballers that have done well in time past. A man, Samuel Akpan, he joins me live on the show. A very good morning to you, Mr. Samuel Akpan. Welcome to Signature Sports on Signature Television.
Good morning, my bro. Good morning, Signature Sports. Good morning, Signature fans. We are live.
All right, quickly, Mr. Akpan. The news broke out yesterday where the Nigerian Football Federation have decided to have a special award for our team, for players that have done well. What do you think the NFF had in mind with this? Is this a good move for them, or better still, a way where it's just a waste of fun?
No, I want to look at it from another angle. Yeah, I want to look at it from an angle where the NFF carries the media along in these noble feats. When I mean carry the media along, when you give somebody a player of the month, goal scorer of the month, there should be incentive behind. Do you understand? You don't just give it and it ends at the back door. You have to make sure that all the media houses, like bringing Signature TV into the fold, making sure that it's being broadcasted, it's being heard, people are seeing it, people are reading it. It's not giving about bringing the branding around that particular award, and also let there be a very good incentive behind the award. I recall a couple of days ago, I saw somebody who won man of the match in one of the NWFL league, or the second division, was given 5,000 naira. And I'm asking, what can 5,000 naira do? Why? Okay, if I win it, and you give me 5,000 naira, what is it doing economically to me? How is the motivation right? So the motivation has to be right. The media hype has to have to be right. If not, it will just be us going back in circles. But good one from the Ibrahim Gusau-led administration.
Absolutely, a very good one for the Ibrahim Gusau-led administration. It seems that fans have received this news with open heart. More like let there be transparency and let the best man win the award, right?
Yeah, let the best man win. Let the best man win. But the problem is that we don't see the league on TV. We don't see the league on TV, so we cannot even judge. You understand how many people go to the stadium? How many people know what's happening in the league? How many people know what's happening in the NNL? Do you understand me? When the league is on TV, when the league is on show, when the league is on display, we can all tell what is happening. We can all tell who the player of the season is. We can all tell who the player of the month is. We can all tell who the goal of the who's going to win the goal of the month. But when it's not on TV, it is hard. It is hard. You know, we need to get certain things right before we do certain things. It is a good move. It's not a good move, but the league has to be clear. The media hype I win. The move around the football has to be really, really high, because you see Nigerian playing football and it's not even on TV. It's not on radio. Before, you can tune into radio and listen to the league and watch and listen to Nigeria play. But now it's hard, because the people at the top managing our football don't think that media can play a key part in rebranding, in projecting the league and the awards.
All right, let's move away from the Nigerian Football Federation and discuss some coaching saga. Let's move over now to Senegal, where we hear that Senegalese coach Aliou Cisse, ex-Senegalese footballer, he has resigned from his position following the expiration of his contract. To me, this is a big blow for the Teranga Lions of Senegal. You are a fan of Aliou Cisse. What do you think of the reason? Remember, he signed a contract extension just shortly before the just concluded AFCON. And now he says, I am done.
Yeah, but looking at Aliou Cisse, fantastic guy, a PSG legend, a former Senegal captain. He has been under serious pressure. He has been under serious pressure, intense pressure, not just from love. I remember back in 2002 when the likes of Diouf went to the Korea-Japan World Cup and stormed the world and went straight to the quarterfinals. That's how powerful football is in Senegal. And looking at what is happening around Aliou Cisse, following the team's disappointing performance at the 2023 African Cup of Nations, where they were eliminated in the round of 16th, recent draws against Burkina Faso and a narrow win over Burundi sparked widespread criticism, leading to the federation's decision not to elongate his contract, which is quite, if you ask me, I would say it's fine. He has been there for 9 years. But the problem is, who are you bringing in right now? Who are you going to bring in right now? Who is going to take over from Aliou Cisse? Are you going to bring in a foreigner? Are you going to bring in an indigene? Because we know, according to figures we are getting from Senegal, we are hearing that they are prioritizing indigenous coach. They are prioritizing indigenous coach, and they are prioritizing someone that can carry on from where Aliou Cisse has stopped. That means you're getting someone that's indigenous, probably someone that's been in the circle of Aliou Cisse, or probably someone that is within the federation or within the league system in Senegal, and continue the good works that Aliou Cisse has done. Don't forget, this man broke the record for the Senegalese national team when he took charge, and he won the Nations Cup. So he leaves a remarkable legacy as Senegal's longest serving head coach. He made history in 2022 by leading Senegal to the first ever African Nations Cup. As a player, Cisse made 36th appearance for Senegal, and one of the highlights of his tenure will be his transformation of Senegal into a continental force, if you ask me.
Wow, such a beautiful profile for Aliou Cisse, who calls it quit for Senegal. I wanted to ask you quickly, what's next for Senegal? Not in terms of what the Football Federation of Senegal want, but for the players. We have seen this bromance between the players and Aliou Cisse during his time, but now that he has resigned, what's next for
Big deal. It's not a big deal, Mr. Franklin. It's not a big deal because it's about man management. You can bring in a coach, and all that Aliou Cisse have worked for, or the federation have toiled for in the past 9 years, can be destroyed. You understand? Can be destroyed. You can bring in a coach that understands man management, understands the environment of the football of Senegal, understands the egos in the dressing room. The egos in the dressing room is key. If you bring in a coach right now that's going to destroy, bring in various calm and cabals within the dressing room, you will see that the Senegalese football is just going to nosedive. But I know they are aware of all of this, and one of the key priorities is bring in somebody who can massage the ego. When I mean massage the ego in a positive way, where you can get results. We see what's happening in the Super Eagles when Philippe George came in and Austin Guavon came in. We see the two difference. So if you bring in somebody that is going to propel the team from the dressing room, you don't propel the team with tactics. You don't propel your team with formations and brilliant ideas about how football needs to be played. You propel the team from the dressing room to the training ground, and from the training ground where they kill themselves for the country, they take that mentality, that attitude, that character to the pitch of play. You understand? So the dressing room is key. Bring in a coach that is going to massage, that is going to synergize, that symbiotic synergy that we see in Senegal. Do it really well. Bring the dressing room together, and you will see the team propel, go to glory, conquer anything that's going to stand as an obstacle in front of them.
I love it when you mention ego, when you mention the dressing room, and when you mention boldness in your assertion of Senegalese football. This brings me to the next point of discourse. You are a well-traveled journalist, a sport a fan, and of course a sport writer. You are one of the NFF, permit me to add, even though that has not been made official, but come on, it is something that we have been working towards in terms of the entourage of the Nigerian Football Federation. You just came back from Cameroon not quite long, and the information we are gathering has it that the FECAFOOT president, Samuel Peace, has been banned for 6 months following its violation of the FIFA disciplinary code of Article 13 and 14. What's your take on this?
I think it's a strong statement. I think I'm going to say this here for the first time. Behind the scene, Motsepe is trying to strategize to solidify his position as CAF president. Oh, wow. And one of the guys that have been opposing Motsepe quite some time right now has been Samuel Eto'o. You understand? So, looking at what I just said now, and looking at what has happened right now, you can see that there are hands behind the scene that want Samuel Eto'o to just be quiet for a while so some agendas can attend. Okay, so Samuel Eto'o is not even doing himself really well. He's not doing himself really good, because if you look at right from the Nations Cup, the spotlight has been on Samuel Eto'o. Remember, he had a spat with a fan. True. At the Nations Cup, and also at a FIFA event, a first FIFA cadet event. So, otherwise, as a top country, you have character has to 100. FIFA doesn't play with their disciplinary committee. A couple of days ago, I had a talk with one of the CAF, one of the biggest guys in CAF that is in charge of discipline and integrity, and is saying that if you don't have integrity, if your character is not right, don't come close to African football. You understand? And these measures are really strong measures taken by CAF, and it's been transmitted to FIFA that this is our stand. Anything you do, we stand by you. And like I said earlier, the politics that is playing in African football is really, really strong. If you stand against Motsepe, you might get burnt. You might get burnt, like burnt really bad. And Eto'o needs a fire extinguisher right now. If not, he might get burnt badly.
Talking about being burnt, literally, of course, not in the real sense. Mr. Akpan is still talking about Samuel Eto'o fees. We hear that there have been a jubilation in FECAFOOT, as well as some of his, I wouldn't want to call them enemies, but his opponent. They are saying good riddance to bad rubbish. In the 6 months, he will not be part he will not have a say in the men's and the women's category of Cameroon football. I keep saying that with his absence, there will be no administration promise for Cameroon football. The president is banned.
Yeah. The president is banned, but now the ban imposed on Mr. prevents him from attending men and women matches involving Cameroon's team at all categories on age group. That's according to FIFA statement. And a couple of days ago, according to Philas we got, Samuel Eto'o pulled up at the Fecker Foods Administration building with a Maybach. With a Maybach. He pulled up with a Maybach because there have been speculations, there have been allegations that Samuel Eto'o has been eating corruption charges, allegations, allegedly that he has been eating Cameroon money and all of that, eating football money. So he pulled up with a Maybach. That Maybach, I think, is 2023, and it is only 150 people that have that Maybach in the world. It costs over 600,000 to have that. That's over 150 million or 300 million Cameroon money. So, look, I have money already. The money, you understand? Administratively, I have been here since 2021. We have done so many good things for Cameroon football, and there's a little bit of stability, but we have not seen that in the league. We have not seen that in the cadet team. We have not seen that in the women football, and that is where the problem is. But Samuel Eto'o was in the administrative building about a couple of days ago. He pulled up with I have to put it back. He pulled up with a Maybach worth over $600,000. Crazy.
Crazy indeed, we must say. Crazy from Samuel Eto'o Fiza. Even as the president, we know him to be a successful and one of the richest footballers in Africa. Before I let you go, Mr. Samuel Akpan, I know you have been itching to have your voice in the UEFA Champions League games that went down yesterday, as well as the format. So I will do you the honors. Let's see in the next 5-6 minutes how we can wrap this conversation up as we talk about the UEFA Champions League. Not too good yesterday for Real Madrid and the likes of Bayern, but impressive result for Benfica, impressive results as well for Liverpool and also for Lille Metropole, who did the unthinkable, defeating Real Madrid for the first time since May 2023.
Fantastic! I was watching that game. I was asking Carlo Ancelotti that you underrated these guys. You underrated these guys because why would you put? Why is Mbappe not playing? Why do you start with Endrick? Endrick in the league comes in 80th minute, 85 minutes, and now you're in the Champions League, and you know what happened in the last time you were out in the Champions League, and now you're playing Endrick. I think Real Madrid underrated them. Carlo Ancelotti didn't do his selection really well, and Real Madrid pushed for the equalizer, tried everything they have. Danny Carvajal, Antonio Rudiger, Arda Güler, named them Vini Jr. They all came close. Jude Bellingham, they were trying everything, but that didn't come to fruitility because Lille's victory boosted their Champions League hope. And right now, Real Madrid, the current holders of the Champions League, I wouldn't say it's not over yet, but this is not how Real Madrid is. This is not the Real Madrid we need to know. Real Madrid have won 37 games unbeaten pure to meeting Lille, and now the 37 game is just gone like that because of a careless selection from the man they call Carlo Ancelotti. But the biggest one for me yesterday as a Nigerian was my man, our guy, Ademola Lookman. He shone like a million star yesterday. He got a goal, he got an assist, and they trashed Shakhtar Donetsk 3-0. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Away from home.
Yeah, they were away from home, yeah.
And they had to show class in that one. But Vincent Kompany, on his return to England, did not know what hit him. And now Emery, proven why is the man for the job in Aston Villa.
We always know that when it comes to Bayern Munich, they love to push out. They love to pull everybody close to the middle line. And we know Unai Emery, anytime he tweaks his formation according to the team that he's going to play. He tweaks his formation according to the strength of players that he has at his disposal. And yesterday, my brother, Unai Emery masterclass, master tactician. He made sure that he punished Bayern Munich with the slightest mistake that they presented to him. It was a great game. I think it's an eye opener for Vincent Company that you don't play in the Champions League. If you play in the Champions League, like we usually say, if you snooze, you lose definitely, and that's what happened to Bayern Munich, my bro.
That was what happened to Bayern Munich. And looking at the Champions League table, it's quite funny. This is not the table that we used to know, but it is the new format of the UEFA Champions League with 36 teams fighting for qualification into the next round. Surprisingly, Borussia Dortmund, Brest, Benfica, Bayer Leverkusen, Liverpool, Aston Villa, and Juventus all sit with 6 points from 2 win. No Manchester City, no Arsenal, no Real Madrid. Funny, we must say.
Yeah, no, the new format is quite tricky, but it's quite simple. Even though how tricky it looks, we have 36 teams that will take part in a league format. The whole 36 team will play 8 games. Unlike the last format that we have, where you are compulsorily playing 6 games, but now you're going to play 8 games. And after the 8 games, the top 8 get automatic qualification into the next round, which is a round of 16. Then from 9th to 24th, that is from 9th on the log to 24th on the log, you are going to play playoffs. You're going to go play playoffs that will take you into the next round, which is a round of 16, the knockout stage that we don't know. Then from 25th to 36, eliminated, go home and do anything you want to do. Then from there on, you can understand what is happening. Like I said earlier, that yes, it's going to take a toll on the players, but the big boys in the Champions League know what they are doing. Right now, they're trying to preserve some legs, but I will urge the team. We have seen players come out to say, we are playing more games, we are having more games to play, the stretch is too much, it's taking a toll on us. The players' injury in the Premier League, in the Spanish La Liga, and the Bundesliga, in the French Ligue 1 has increased by over 47%, unlike the previous season, because the players are just coming, they play the league, they go to the continent, their international duties, they play, they come back again, there is no rest for the players, so it's taking a toll on the players. But I don't expect teams like Manchester City, Real Madrid, and all the big boys to complain, because you have money to sink in and have a good bench. When you have a good bench, you can rotate the team easily, share the game amongst players, and you have enough rest leg for your players. So for me, the new Champions League format is beautiful. It's pitching the best with the best, not the best with the lowest or the lowest ranked team. It's a beautiful one, and I can't wait to see more Nigerians shine. Remember, a couple of days ago, about 2 days ago, Victor Boniface was also on the score sheet. Nigerians are firing, painting the UEFA Champions League green, white, and green.
Absolutely. And finally, before we let you go on the show, there will be action in the Europa League where Manchester United will be away from home to go take on FC Porto. And after that, there will be Unai Emery in the English Premier League. Put yourself in the position as a Manchester United fan. Where is your heart? In your hands or in your mouth?
I want to plead with you, yeah? That place that you're putting me now, I should put myself there. I beg to remove myself.
Oh, wow.
I want to remove myself. I don't want to put myself there because I understand what the Manchester United fans are going through. By any Manchester United fan you see, I hug them. If you have something, dash them. Even if you have fuel, give them fuel. Because they are going through a whole lot. They are going through a whole... It's not easy week in, week out. You'll be shouting, we are nearly there, we are nearly there, we are nearly there, and you're not there. For the past 2 seasons, Eric Ten Hag, yes, he has won them some couple of trophies. Yes, he has. But this is a man that has lost over 30-something games. How many games did Mourinho lose? How many games did David Moyes lose? How many games did Ole Gunnar Solskjaer lose? But this man has lost over 30 games, or 37, going to 40 right now, and is still there. For me, the players that are at Manchester United right now don't understand what it means to wear the jersey. The players that are at Manchester United right now, don't know what it means to play for Manchester United. The players that are Manchester United right now don't understand what it means when they sing the glory, glory Manchester United song. They don't understand what it means. So once you don't understand the tradition, it is easy, it is simple for you to play with the basics. So for me, I'm not expecting anything. I put my hope on Manchester United. My heart is guided. It's guided very seriously. I can't play with it or jeopardizing it by giving it to Manchester United. I feel that Eric Ten Hag needs to be fired, needs to leave. They've given you 2 years. Look at Maresca. How many seconds did he need to perform? Look at what's his name again, Mikel Arteta. How many seconds did he need to perform really well? And you can see glimpses of where Arsenal is going. Go to Bayern Munich and look at what Vincent Kompany is doing. You don't need time when you're in a big club. You need to hit the ground and run. Nothing more, nothing less. If they don't sack this guy, they might just sink.
Unai Emery versus Eric Ten Hag this weekend. In 10 seconds, who do you give it to? At the Villa Park.
Unai Emery. Unai Emery, without thinking, without even thinking twice. I use Unai Emery because Manchester United have considered goals in a reoccurring manner. When I mean reoccurring manner, it is quite simple that if you look at the goal against Liverpool, it was the same. They considered very from the same pattern. If you look at the goal against Brighton Hove Albion, they considered from the same pattern. If you look at the goal against FC20, they consider from the same goal pattern. That means they've studied Manchester United. They know that if you put in pressure on the centre backs, lock the midfield, Manchester United have nowhere to go. That's why it is easy for Bruno Fernandes to lose the ball and they get punished. Eriksen to lose the ball and they get punished. Marcus Rashford will lose the ball and they get punished. Because once you put them pressure on the midfield, you are locking Manchester United. You're locking their activity. You're locking their transition. And Eric Ten Hag has no other formation aside 4-2-3-1. My bro.
All right, thank you, Mr. Samuel Akpan, for joining us on the show. It was a pleasure having you.
Pleasure, my brother. Pleasure, my brother.
All right, and that was Mr. Samuel Akpan, an NFF correspondent and FIFA licensed reporter, I must say, joined us on the show with his 2 cents on some top stories that we had for you. All right, as we get set to wrap the show, let's let you know that Lionel Andres Messi has been recalled back to the Argentina national team squad following his impressive performance for his club Inter Miami. He helped them win their second trophy in 16 months since making the switch from Paris Saint-Germain back down to the MLS, that is the Major League Soccer in United States. And finally, in a sport, Kai Havertz have told Arsenal fans that they should relax English Premier League. This came after Arsenal's impressive performance against Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League, where Kai Havertz scored the first goal. And he said also winning the Champions League will be much more special than when he won it with Chelsea. That should be a jibe thrown at Chelsea. And finally, on the show, we take you to the world of tennis, where Carlos Alcaraz defeated Yannick Sinner in the China Open to clinch the trophy. Indeed, it was a superlative performance en route to the final when he won Daniel Medvedev in the semi-finals to book a place in the final against Yannick Sinner. And Yannick Sinner, in the other hand, had just had 27 minutes to disperse his opponent in order to face Carlos Alcaraz. And Carlos Alcaraz showed why he is world number 3 with a 6-7, 6-8, 6-4, 7-6, 7-3 win over Yannick Sinner to clinch the trophy. This is how far we can go on the show. Sports on Signature Television, Signature Sport. Do well to join us at the same time tomorrow as we return with a better and a bigger package. Do well to follow us on all our social media handles and drop a comment on our YouTube page on a Signature Television. On behalf of myself, yes, me, myself, and I want to say I'm done. And God bless. No stress. I'll see you tomorrow. Adios.
In the headlines, federal government removes VAT on cooking gas, CNG and diesel. Senate steps down private investigation bill. Governor Fubara declares October 3rd and 4th public holidays, restricts vehicular movement. And Biden surveys Storm Helena's aftermath in South Carolina. Details in a moment. The government has announced the removal of the value-added tax on cooking gas, compressed natural gas, automotive gas, oil, and other reliefs to boost investment and tackle economic hardship in the country. It also announced VAT reliefs for the importation of key energy products and infrastructure, including diesel, feed gas, electric vehicles, liquefied natural gas, infrastructure, and clean cooking equipment. The Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, who announced this in a statement issued in Abuja, said the initiative is to lower rising living costs and accelerate Nigeria's transition to cleaner energy. He explained that the notice of tax incentives for deep offshore oil and gas production provides new tax reliefs for deep offshore projects with aim of positioning Nigeria's deep offshore basin as a premier destination for global oil and gas investments. The development comes as the majority of the Nigerians laments the rising cost of living in the country, occasioned by high inflation, which stood at 32.15% in August of 2024. Meanwhile, petroleum marketers have raised an alarm that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) portal used for the purchase of premium motor spirit has been shut down against dealers, making it impossible to apply for the commodity. Spokesperson of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Chinedu Okadike, said in a statement that the marketers have more than 2,000 pending tickets for the purchase of petrol. He hinted that the situation may lead to another round of fuel scarcity nationwide. Reacting to the developments, the spokesperson of NNPCL, Olufemi Oshoneye, admitted that the state-owned firm has a significant backlog to address and that the portal closure was intended to prevent the company from holding marketers' funds for an extended period. Soneye assured that the portal would soon be reopened since the backlog has been sufficiently reduced, assuring that the efforts are being made to address it as soon as possible. Recall that NNPCL in September 2024 announced a fresh price increase for petrol nationwide after lifting the product from Dangote refinery. The National Association of Nigerian Students has rejected the 50,000 naira fee imposed by the National Examination Council (NECO) for the reprinting of certificates, which was announced by the Registrar of NECO, Dantani Wushishi. NECO said in a statement that the 50,000 naira fee for certificate reproduction is subject to periodic review and that the reprints request will only be approved within 1 year of the original certificate issuance. However, the Nance Clerk of the Senate, Abdul Kayakin Odunayo, in a statement described the decision as outrageous and a commercialization of education. Odunayo explained that the fee is an unacceptable burden on students coming at a time when many are struggling to make ends meet. He stressed that economic hardship is taking a toll on Nigerian students, adding that the new policy by NECO gives room to doubt its commitment to education. The Abia State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, to immediately comply with the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution by declaring vacant the seat of Chris Nkwanta, the representative of Ukwa East, Ukwa West Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. A statement released by the Jude Ndukwe, media advisor to the PDP Caretaker Committee in Abia, also asked INEC to conduct a new election within the constitutionally stipulated time to replace the defected member. Ndukwe maintained that Nkwanta defection did not meet the conditions precedent to the defection of a federal lawmaker as provided for by the Constitution, as there was no faction in the PDP either at the federal or state level, making his defection illegal. A bill seeking to license the operation and practice of private investigators in Nigeria has been shut down on the floor of the Senate. The sponsor of the bill, Senator ENUGU, was advised to step down the bill after some senators described the proposed bill as a recipe for disaster. His decision to suspend consideration of the bill was sequel to a deliberation which lasted for over an hour during Wednesday's plenary. Senator ENUGU, who took time to highlight some provisions of the bills, he said the legislation seeks to provide a framework for the licensing and practice of private investigators in Nigeria. The bill also seeks to provide for a system of regulation, control, and conduct of the practice so as to ensure professional standards.
Regulated access, use, and brokerage of confidential information may result in serious socio-economic and even political consequences. A legislative framework will provide much-needed clarity and consistency in regulation of the information gathering practices of private investigators. This will help to enhance capacity to access information relevant to investigation and also help protect privacy of citizens. The objective of this bill includes fraud prevention, detection, assessment, and resolution. Regulated access.
While Senators Victor Ome, Larry Oyenwumi, and Senator Mohammed Bunguno spoke in support of the bill, Senators Adams Oshomole, Aminu Abbas, and Saliu Mustafa said the idea of spying into the private lives of Nigerians is something that is in bad state.
For all intents and purposes, is desirable. We should be able to support it and pass it. The licensing of these people should be able to regulate the conduct of people so licensed. It's not for witch hunting or somebody going to investigate anybody at his whims and caprices. The court can make use of the evidence produced by a private investigator, particularly when the authorities that are vested with these powers are not able to assist the court with diligent investigation reports.
The effort of this private investigation is very complementary in many dimensions, and this will assist our businessmen in the area mentioned by the mover in terms of fraud prevention, insurance fraud, aviation, and many more, even in bank charges. We have employed so many of them, but since the bill is just trying to regulate the activities of these private investigators, I think it's a right step in the right direction. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill for the second reading. Mr. President, I so support.
I think that it would be risky to license anyone to have the right to approach any one of us and ask certain questions because the law has empowered him so to do. It will just be a license for extortion, a license for blackmail, an unnecessary rivalry, and it will not be controllable. I think that if there was to be need, and I need to be persuaded that that need exists, to have private investigation, which is currently vested in about 3 institutions: the police, SIB within the police, DSS, and of course EFCC. All of this exists for the one purpose: to investigate and, where convinced, to prosecute. I believe that it will just amount to giving so few people the power to intrude into your privacy, the power to be used by political opponents to victimize perceived targets. I do not.
This is not a new thing in Nigeria. Most of the institutions, most of the professional bodies do investigate and do report and do even go to court and give forensic evidence in court, Mr. President. So I think it's just a duplication of effort to me personally. And I support the single Senator Adams Oshomole.
That this
After a heated deliberation, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, advised the sponsor of the bill to step down the bill and consult further with the senators who have raised concerns about the bill.
And then any of the wives can approach a private investigator, and they will bring very false evidence against you. And at the end of the day, you end up being scandalized. Social media will take that report as if the report is true. But however, I want to urge a view of the divergence of views and the concerns raised by your colleagues. Do you want to reject this and then represent it so that we just step it down?
Working on this bill, the issue you raised now was one of my major concerns. Somebody said that several men will not be very comfortable with it because it will impinge on their freedom of going to the other way. So, Mr. President, well, let me go back and rework it and also consult more of my colleagues. I will do further consultations and thank you.
So I very magnanimous position. So the civil senator ENUGU has applied that he be allowed to step down this bill for further consultation. Those in support of his position say aye. Those against say nay. Only one voice. The ayes have it.
The Federal University of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, IRABG, Osun State, passed the second reading on the floor of the Senate. The bill, which was introduced for the first time on Wednesday, equally passed second reading without much debate. Sponsored by Leader of the Senate, Opayemi Bamidele, the bill was given accelerated passage and sent to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TED Funds to report back in 3 weeks.
Because our democracy is getting more and more matured. People that elect us are putting more pressure on us, making us more accountable for what we do. And they're asking us to give them more than what others gave them in the past. And part of the reason why in the
by the president will see Osun State having 3 federal universities, first of its kind in the country. The 9th Senate passed a bill that established Federal University of Health Sciences, Ilai Ragun, and assented to by former President Muhammadu Buhari, in addition to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has said that the 10th House of Assembly will attract 20-bed hospital to the internally displaced persons IDPs at the Kabusa in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The Speaker gave the assurance when he visited the IDPs camp on Tuesday alongside his wife, Hajia Fatima Tajuddin, and Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, some principal officers and members of the House. The visit was part of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary celebrations and the Speaker's 59th birthday. Speaker Abbas also said that the House would work with the relevant government agencies to improve the living standards of the IDPs at various camps nationwide in the 2025 budget. He urged leaders to refocus their attention on the issues that affect the country, such as poverty.
Because our democracy is getting more and more matured. People that elect us are putting more pressure on us, making us more accountable for what we do. And they're asking us to give them more than what others gave them in the past. And part of the reason why in the House we decided to create an open parliament is to enable better interaction between the National Assembly and the electorates. So this is part of our citizens' engagement to enable us here firsthand from the people we are representing. Because our democracy is...
The Rivers State APC Caretaker Committee Chairman, Tony Okocha, has condemned alleged flagrant disobedience of court judgments by the Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara bearing the upcoming council elections in the state. Okocha disclosed this in a press conference on Wednesday at Rivers State APC Secretariat in Port Harcourt. He said they will not sit and watch the governor steer the state into illegality and impunity by disobeying court judgments, referring to Justice Peter Lifu judgments bearing the election from holding. Okocha also made reference to the Governor Fubara visit to RCAC office as aberration to the rule of law. He gave reasons for his factional APC opting out of the local government elections. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has declared Thursday, October 3rd and Friday, October 4th, 2024 as the public holidays to enable residents of the state to participate in the Saturday, October 5th local government elections. The governor also announced strict restrictions on vehicular movement from midnight on Friday, October 4th to 5 p.m. on election day, Saturday, October 5th. Governor Fubara made the declaration in the statewide broadcast to the people of the state at the Government House in Port Harcourt on Wednesday.
My dear people of Rivers State, following the expiration of the 3 years tenure of the chairmen and councillors of the 23 local government council on the 17th of June 2023, I lawfully instituted a caretaker committee to temporarily administer the 23 local government areas, pending when the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission will conduct the local government election in the state. However, to entrench sustainable democracy and good governance in the country local government system, the Supreme Court of Nigeria, by its judgment in suit SC/CV/343/2024, AG Federation versus AG Abia and 25 orders, delivered on the 11th of July 2024, effectively applaud the administration of our local government council with unelected officers and made several orders, including the immediate stoppage of allocation to local government council without democratically elected local government council. Following Mr. President's intervention, the period for compliance with the Supreme Court's judgment was graciously extended by 3 months, which will expire on the 31st of October 2024. On the strength of this positive development, I directed the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission to take definite step to conduct local government election for the 23 local government council of Rivers State. Acting per this directive, the RISEC has since fixed and concluded all arrangements to conduct the local government council election on Saturday, the 5th of October 2024.
Rivers State's Independent Electoral Commission, RISEC, has refuted claims by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Rivers State, denying the release of the voter registration manifest to RISEC. According to RISEC, they received documents from INEC as far back as November 2023. This was disclosed by RISEC Commissioner for Public Affairs and Civic Education, Tobin Tamuntoye, during an exclusive interview where he addressed the issues surrounding the court ruling against the release of voter registration details. Tamuntoye also affirmed that nothing was hindering the elections as the commission is strictly adhering to the law.
As we speak, we don't have a copy of the judgment as far as the 6th Commission is concerned. We do not have that judgment, copy of that judgment with us. The copy of order of the court that we have is the one that the Commission received on the 6th of September 2024 to the effect that we are, by that order, mandated to conduct the local government poll. The Independent Electoral Commission also mandated to release the voter register for us and the likes. Let me place it on record before the hearing of the entire world that as we speak, we are already in possession of the 2023 updated voters register for the conduct of the October 5th local government poll in Rivers State. As we speak,
the Chief Judge of Sokoto State, Muhammad Safawa, on Wednesday inaugurated a 9-member tribunal to oversee petitions related to the local government elections held on September 21 in the state. The tribunal is divided into 3 panels, with each panel consisting of a chairman and 2 members assigned to one of the state's 3 senatorial districts. In his address, the Chief Judge urged the members to uphold the highest ethical standards and avoid compromising their duties. He emphasized the importance of diligence, integrity, and adherence to the principles of the legal profession. Sifawa highlighted the importance of their task, saying that it was not only crucial for the state but for the nation as a whole. The CJ also reminded the members that the assignment was at the time sensitive. It encouraged them to handle petitions swiftly and with due care. The chairman are Justice Mohammed Murafa, Sokoto North, Justice Mohammed Bello, Sokoto South, and Justice Junaidu Altain, Sokoto East. With a few weeks to the gubernatorial elections in the Ondo State, the deputy governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Susan Gbemisola Alabi, has resigned her membership from the party. Alabi disclosed this after notifying the governorship candidate of the party, Bamidele Akimboye, of her decision to step down as his running mate in a letter addressed to the party's standard bearer and national chairman of the party, Shehu Musa Gabam. In the letter addressed to Akimboye, Alabi stated that her resignation from the party takes immediate effect. She, however, did not indicate the reason why she dumped the party or her next political destination. Still to come, IMT ENUGU confirms students' deaths, announces measures following tragic incident. NIHSA DG pledges commitment to sustainable water management in Nigeria. Do stay with us. The Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, ENUGU, is observing 3 days of mourning in honor of Chiamaka Ozobundu, a student of Peaceland College, ENUGU, who lost her life in a tragic road accident within the IMT premises on Monday, September 30, 2024. The school also suspended all outstanding examinations and other activities in the institution following the death of Chiamaka, who was crushed to death by a student driver who was celebrating the end of his final examination in the school. In a statement in ENUGU, the acting director of IMT, Emeka Ejim, expressed condolences to the family of the deceased and extended sympathies to all those affected by the untimely death of the student. Ejim disclosed that the following an emergency joint meeting of the management and academic board held on Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, the institution banned all forms of post-examination celebrations within IMT premises. It also imposed a 20 km/h speed limit within the campus, with violators subject to arrest and prosecution, restriction of law enforcement escorts within the campus, stricter examination protocols, and compulsory gate pass for all students entering the campus. The statement adds that the IMT management will collaborate with security agencies and the family of the deceased to ensure that justice is done in the matter, while the 2 students who got injured in the unfortunate incident receive appropriate medical care. Amid incessant floods and the resultant destruction of homes, farmlands, and other infrastructure, Director General, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NIHSA, Omar Mohammed, says the agency is taking measures to address climate change in the country. Signature TV correspondent Nasiru Usman spoke with the Director General on the flood crisis in Nigeria.
Flooding has escalated into a humanitarian emergency, severely affecting several states and local government areas across the country, with many Nigerians displaced from their homes and expectations of more intense rains in the coming days. The Director General NISA, Umar Mohammed, dwelt elaborately on how the agency is mitigating flood crisis in Nigeria.
We try to reverse what we can reverse through scientific assessments, and we try to adapt to what we cannot reverse. Now, the adaptation is necessary because you can't do without weather, and there's nothing you can do to climate change with regards to the fossil fuel emission. Now, that is global. Even if you don't, if we maintain the minimum requirement of 1.5 in Nigeria, our neighboring countries might not, and it has a global effect. So what we try to do is to try to see that we adapt to it. That is one. Now, secondly, we improve and mitigate where we can. scientifically.
Mohammed said the agency planned to implement new measures to address climate-related issues such as increasing rainfall patterns and extreme weather conditions.
You would certainly notice, or you yourself can confidently say now that Nigerians or rainy season farming is no longer reliable because of the uncertainty and unpredictability of the rainy season or the rainfall pattern. It's now highly inconsistent. You can hardly predict how the rainfall comes. So no agriculture, no nation can depend on rainy season agriculture or farming. No. So we are trying to deviate from that and encourage the irrigation that we can control, we can manage, and we can predict as well. So that is why we need to manage these groundwater resources. The federal government cannot afford to continuously being attacked with such disasters, because it has been ravaging the federal government infrastructure. Now, and these things are measured in trillions of naira. Now, comparing that to the budget, you will notice, or you will see that most part of the budget is being cut off, is being chopped up by these devastating flood attacks. So definitely federal government is ready, particularly this government is ready to come up with strategies to see how to mitigate future occurrences.
Muhammad reaffirmed that NISA was actively involved in monitoring the country's water resources and providing essential data to mitigate the impact of flooding and other hydrological challenges.
For the first time, when Lagdo Dam was being released in this country, now there was constant and daily monitoring of that dam, and there is constant communication between NISA and the managers of Lagdo Dam, such that the water releases will not overcome our rivers. We try to do that. Now, when it ever goes to the red alert, we inform them they reduce their releases. Sometimes they even close it up. I can tell you for the past 1 week it has been closed up. Only I think the day before yesterday it was open again. It was being released gradually because our river water levels have gone very, very high. They are on red alert at the moment. So such innovations are what we are putting in place to checkmate the breakout of disaster, in such areas.
He noted the importance of water management in fostering national growth, health, and environmental sustainability.
They should heed to our advice. They should stay away from the flood-prone areas, and those even in the cities, they should make sure that their gutters are cleared, are clean. Let it be clear for water passages. Where there are no gutters, let them try to put up gutters. It's very, very important. Now, by doing so, it will allow the water to flow quickly. It will not allow water to be trapped to cause flooding, and it will ease the aftermath of flood. The outbreak of diseases, where you have so many refuse dumped along waterways. That is why a lot of diseases come up after flood events.
Muhammad called for collaboration among government agencies, local communities, and stakeholders to promote water security and environmental sustainability. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV. Flooding has escalated.
As Emirates Airline returns to Nigeria after 2 years, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, SAN, says more destination options will be open for indigenous carriers. Keyamo, who made the remarks on arrival aboard an Emirates aircraft from the United Arab Emirates, UAE, in Lagos, assured that the airline has returned to stay, and the bilateral air service agreements discussed was to secure the routes for local operators. He said that local carriers now have the opportunity to fly into any destination in the UAE. Keyamo applauded the support of President Bola Tinubu in the agreement and return of the airline, saying that the relationship between the two countries have been restored. And now for the latest on trending business news from around the world, over to our business desk.
The Bank of Industry (BOI) has announced that 140 manufacturing companies across Nigeria will receive loans of up to 1 billion naira each under the federal government's 75 billion naira Manufacturing Sector Fund. The loans offered at single-digit interest rates aim to boost industrial capacity and economic growth by supporting large-scale production enterprises. According to BOI's Managing Director, Olasupo Olusi, the funds have already been allocated to successful applicants across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones, with disbursements currently underway. Olusi emphasized that in collaboration with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, measures are in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the disbursement process. The security budgets in Nigeria have seen significant growth over the last 64 years, with military spending increasing by over 1,900% between 1960 and 2021. Despite these efforts, the country is still faced with terrorism and persistent threats to national security. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, military expenditure rose from $23.4 million in 1960 to $4.47 billion in 2021. In Naira terms, the security budgets have grown from 618.26 billion Naira in 2010 to 3.24 trillion Naira in 2024, a 424% increase over the 14-year period. However, despite these increased allocations, many Nigerians still live under the shadow of insecurity, facing challenges like armed banditry, terrorism, and communal conflicts. Experts argue that increased funding has not translated into tangible improvement due to issues like corruption, poor coordination among security agencies, and outdated infrastructure. They suggest a strategic overhaul that addresses root causes such as unemployment, poverty, and inadequate intelligence gathering as critical to improving security. China recorded over 331 million cross-regional trips on Tuesday, October 1st, the first day of its 7-day national holiday, a 0.9% increase year-on-year and a 32.8% rise compared to 2019, reflecting a strong recovery in travel activity. Railways handled 21.4 million passenger trips, up 6.7% from last year, while highways saw 306 million trips, marking a slight 0.3% rise. Civil airlines carried 2.38 million passengers, an 11.6% increase from 2023. Water transport also saw growth, with 1.09 million trips recorded, up nearly 50% from last year. Oil prices surged by over $1 on Wednesday, September 2nd, following Iran's attack on Israel, raising concerns over potential disruptions to crude production in the Middle East. Brent crude futures climbed by $1, that's 1.36%, to $74.50 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate WTI crude increased by $1.07, that's 1.53%, to $70.90. Both benchmarks had gained more than 5% earlier on Tuesday, October 1st, reflecting market fears about escalating tensions in the region. The attack comes in retaliation for Israel's military operations against Hezbollah, a Tehran-backed group in Lebanon, escalating the conflict further. Analysts believe that ongoing hostilities in such a major oil-producing area could significantly impact global oil supplies, which is pushing prices upward. European stocks opened slightly higher on Wednesday, October 2nd, with Pan-European stocks 600 up by 0.35% in early trade. Investors are closely watching the escalating tension in the Middle East, particularly after Iran's recent missile attack on Israel. Defense stocks such as Saab and BAE Systems saw gains, while oil and gas stocks rose by 2.42% amid concerns over possible disruptions in the region's energy supply. Travel and leisure stocks dipped slightly, with airplanes rerouting flights to avoid the conflict zone. Meanwhile, JD Sports shares dropped by 3.5% despite reporting better than expected revenues due to weak performance from Nike, a key supplier. This cautious market movement follows a negative trend on Wall Street, where the Nasdaq Composite fell by 1.5% and the S&P 500 by 0.9%, highlighting investor unease amid growing geopolitical risks. At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, October 2nd on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 425.76 million shares were traded, amounting to a market value of 8.45 billion naira across 11,954 deals. Compared to the previous trading session, this represents a 27% decline in volume, a 7% improvement in turnover, and a 13% increase in deals. The current market capitalization of the NGX is 56.5 trillion naira. Out of the 123 listed equities that participated in the trading, there were 26 gainers and 32 losers. International breweries led the gainers, with its share price appreciating by 9.98% to close at 4 naira 41 kobo per share, followed by Maya with a gain of 9.94%. On the losing side, Ella Lakes fell by 9.93%, ending at 3 naira 99 kobo per share, followed by Caverton Offshore Support Group, which lost 9.92%. United Bank for Africa recorded the highest volume of trades with 108 million shares changing hands, followed by Zenith Bank at 35.2 million shares. The benchmark all-share index ASI shared 326.40 points, closing at 98,232.39, representing a 0.33% decline for the day. And that's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Thompson Natus.
Still to come, UN, Israel and Iran warn against attacks. Russia rules out nuclear talks with US, giving its stance on NATO expansion. These and more after the break. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Ukraine's State Emergency Service on Thursday released footage revealing the aftermath of a devastating bombing that left an apartment building in shambles in Kharkiv, with rescue teams scrambling to save those trapped amidst the rubble. Local officials said the Russian-guided bomb struck a 5-story apartment block in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second-largest city, late on Wednesday, starting fires and injuring at least 10 people. President Volodymyr Zelensky said the strike, the latest in a long series of attacks on the city, underscored the need for more help from Ukraine's Western backers. He pointed out to Iran's strike on Israel as an example of an allies working together, saying that in order to stop Russian strikes, Ukraine must receive the necessary and, most importantly, sufficient help from the world, from our partners. Located 30 kilometers from the Russian border, Kharkiv has been a frequent target of Russian forces throughout that more than 2.5-year war. Smoke fills the sky over Beirut's southern suburbs on Thursday as Israel continues to strike Dahiyeh, where Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed last week. Rubble and debris from the destroyed buildings and vehicles are seen as residents of Dahiyeh are fleeing their hometowns as Israeli military issues orders for evacuation from specific neighborhoods in the southern suburbs of Beirut, warning in a statement that it will hit Hezbollah targets in buildings there. 46 people have been killed and 85 wounded in Israeli strikes on Lebanon in the past 24 hours, the Lebanese Health Ministry say in a statement early Thursday. UN Special Coordinator in Lebanon, Jernin Plastert, said on X on Thursday that it was another sleepless night in Beirut, with the blasts shaking the city. Meanwhile, a weakened and weird typhoon Krathon slammed into southwestern Taiwan on Thursday, hitting this island with a storm that has killed 2 people so far and forced it to shut down the second day, with hundreds of flights grounded and financial markets closed. Krathon made landfall as a much weaker Category 1 typhoon around midday at major port city Kaohsiung, which recorded gusts of more than 220 kilometers per hour. The government, though, still warned people to stay at home, given torrential rain, strong winds, and storm surges coinciding with high tide. Typhoons often hit Taiwan's east coast facing the Pacific, but Krathon is unusually in that it directly hits the west coast. Local media labeled it a weird storm for that reason and because of how it hovered off the coast before reaching land. The typhoon is forecast to slowly work its way up Taiwan's flat western plan and weaken further into a tropical depression by late Friday before reaching the capital, Taipei. All right, we are following this developing story. Like we told you early in the morning, that the Vice President Kassim Shettima is visiting ENUGU State today. And we have our correspondent on that trail. Chinemerem, good afternoon to you.
What are you going to be?
Chinemerem, can you hear me? Please tell us exactly where you are and what's going on there.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, what just happened now is that His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, came right into the track of the governor of what is going on, information it's this at present they are doing information.
It looks like it's a beehive of activities. We understand that the Vice President of Nigeria has just arrived in ENUGU State, Southeast Nigeria, and he's expected to visit the International Conference Center and other places that is under massive construction by the ENUGU State government. Okay, we can also see some members of the opposition political party. That's Mr. Nwatu, that's Labour Party representative there. So we would keep you up to speed. It's still a developing story, and our correspondent would also give us an update on what's been going on down there. And by the way, U.S. President Joe Biden has visited South Carolina to assess damage wrought by Hurricane Helena. Biden participated in an aerial tour of the area around Greenville, South Carolina, and is expected to meet with flood victims. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster greeted Biden as he arrived and briefed him on recovery efforts. Biden later received an operational briefing in Raleigh, North Carolina, as rescuers scour the state's mountains for survivors. Helena has killed at least 140 people in the southeastern U.S. Biden quickly made major disaster declarations in several states, which allows survivors to apply for federal assistance. The arrival of the first Jewish high holidays since the October 7th attacks is causing New York City to up its security measures. The uptick in security was seen Wednesday at the Tony Temple Emmanuel, located on Manhattan's Upper East Side, where officers in tactical gear were seen patrolling the synagogue. Over the past year, New York City has been home to protests, both in city streets and on college campuses, as the conflict expands its reach.
As the Jewish community prepares and celebrates the high holiday season, and it also marks 1 year since the terrible terrorist attack that took place on October 7th, one of the most devastating attacks since the Holocaust that took place in Israel. We pray for peace in the entire region. We know that there are significant protests planned for October 7th, and while we acknowledge that the city will respect and protect people's right to peacefully protest, there will be a zero tolerance for those who violate the law, impede traffic, and damage property while doing so. We will not accept for people to be threatened at their places of work, their places of worship, or any place here in New York City. And so as families come together and neighbors prepare for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, our city is going to make sure they can do so safely. And I urge New Yorkers to celebrate and congregate throughout the weekend free of fear. The NYPD is working with our law enforcement partners at the city, state, and federal levels to ensure that every New Yorker, every neighborhood, every community, and house of faith is safe. There will be many protections that you will see, and there will be many that you will not see. New Yorkers can expect an increased police presence at key locations and houses of worship, and you will notice more of them in uniform. We will have an omnipresence and a real visible presence of uniformed personnel. I also want to point out that what we are witnessing is an increase in hate. Our Muslim brothers and sisters we're seeing an increase in Islamophobia. We're seeing an increase in these other areas. And so while we're going to ensure the safety of our Jewish constituents here in the city, we have an obligation to ensure the safety of all New Yorkers.
New York City is home to some 1.5 million Jews, the largest Jewish population of any metropolitan area outside of Israel, according to the UJA Federation of New York. The United States warned Iran at the United Nations Security Council against targeting it or Israel, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the deadly acts or deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence must stop in the Middle East.
Iran's stated intention was to avenge the deaths of 2 IRGC-supported terrorist leaders and an IRGC commander by inflicting significant damage and death in Israel. Thankfully, and through close coordination between the United States and Israel, Iran failed to achieve its objectives. This outcome does not diminish the fact that this attack, intended to cause significant death and destruction, marked a significant escalation by Iran. It does not negate the need for immediate Council action. This is a moment for this Council to speak out with one voice and condemn Iran for its unprovoked attack against another member state, and equally important to impose serious consequences on the IRGC for its actions. Colleagues, in a broad sense, Iran was complicit in the October 7th attacks on Israel through its funding, training, capabilities, and support for the military wing of Hamas. And after Hamas's horrific attack carried out nearly a year ago today, the United States sent a clear message to Iran. Don't exploit the situation in ways that would risk propelling the region into a broader war. The IRGC flagrantly and repeatedly ignored this warning. I can think of no starker example of state support of terrorism than launching ballistic missiles to avenge the death of a terrorist leader. It is indefensible and it is unacceptable. And we have a collective responsibility as members of the Security Council to impose additional sanctions on the IRGC for supporting terrorism and for flaunting so many of this Council's resolutions. We are also committed to doing everything possible to end the war in Gaza, where Palestinian civilians have been caught in the crosshairs of war, where dire humanitarian crisis persists. That's why we're working to bring about a ceasefire deal with release of hostages, consistent with Resolution 2735. The events of the past week should send an unambiguous message to Hamas's leadership, which continues to cower in tunnels beneath Gaza. Hezbollah and Iran will not rescue you. The only path forward is a ceasefire agreement. We must double down on diplomatic solutions that would ensure the safety of people across the region. Full conclusion of your presidency during the month of September. I wish to thank Secretary. As President Biden emphasized following yesterday's attack, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. Our actions have been defensive in nature. Let me be clear. The Iranian regime will be held responsible for its actions, and we strongly warn against Iran or its proxies taking actions against the United States or for their actions against Israel.
The leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah and began a ground assault against the Iran-backed militant group, and Iran attacked Israel in a strike that raised fears of a wider war in the Middle East. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. Charles Pius is my name. Good afternoon.
So I should not waste my whole time voting when I know it will not count. I am telling you, don't fool yourself. It is not going to count. If you are saying election, you're just wasting your time because it will go as usual. Winner takes all. And again, money politics. Some time ago, they say governor invited all of them. And he was interviewing them one by one. Is governor supposed to interview them or the masses? Are we not supposed to say, now you want to contest? Okay, we'll vote for you. The governor invited them and began to interview them one by one. And at the end of the day, they say, governor is choosing somebody to conduct election. Automatically, what it shows is that the election has been conducted by governor himself. He has appointed somebody he likes to rule the whole local government. So they say, Supreme Court say it will be independent. It is not independent. When they put clause there that governor must reverse it, it is no more independent because governors are not really helping matters. Okay. They are biased people, all of them. More especially in Igbo land.
This current election, I won't.
What are your reasons?
One of my reasons is that my polling unit is not in ENUGU town metropolis. I'm traveling down to my village, and cost of living right now, I can't afford the transportation right now to go for the voting. We have voted for the presidential and governorship election last time. I voted all the elections, the past election. But this time around, the cost of living and poor transportation is quite unfortunate for me to afford it. So as a student, I can't afford it, and I'm still managing myself to go to school.
There's no specific reason, but I don't think I've seen a reason to vote. I don't think there's a reason for me to actually go and vote. I'm not just interested.
I'm not sure about that. It should be 50-50 on my side. My reasons is that the leaders are not helping matters. In the presence of, in the situation that we are now, I'm not sure that anybody that entered there will do well. Are you getting me? Because we are hoping on them, but they are not giving us any reliable trust. Are you getting me? Things are getting worse every day. When we vote someone in, anybody that is voted in will be worse than the one there before. They are all after their own. Then they forget about the promises. Things are costly. They are not talking about that. So what will give us the zeal to come out on this election to stand for them? The truth is that the masses are not happy.
Well, I've been partaking at every election that is going on in the country. So now that you guys have informed me, I will be part of the exercise. What makes me distinguished in this country's election is that there is no free and fair election in this country. So after every voting, you will find out that the actual result being the actual result of the election is not what we will see after the election. So that's why I'm not feeling stubborn. But once you guys have informed me now, I will still come and participate.
I'm aware of it. They came to the market and announced it, and we will come out for it because it's for our own good.
Many a times after the election, you will know and you will be assured that this person is supposed to be the one that win the something. After a while, reverse will be the case. So that's why I don't want to make out my time to go and stand under the storm, to wait or to queue to vote for somebody I want to vote for.
You go to some of our public institutions, because you want to, the tuition is free, the laboratories are almost empty. So when you pay money, just like an investor, when you pay, you ask for value. When you see buses in the nation's capital, buses are designed to take 50 passengers. Sometimes you have over 110, 120. That's because they are highly subsidized and free. For me, subsidy, yes, but free, highly no. It shouldn't be free. And this is the only way, to be honest, because we're preaching about sustainability. If it is free, we can't sustain it.
If masses are going to be paid, it has to be
in a subsidized amount of money. Let the government subsidize it, because major thing we are facing now is a problem of transportation, the high cost of transportation. All of us move from one place to the other, goods and services move from one place to the other, but when the cost for transporting goods and services to where it is needed is highly expensive, it will affect the price of goods and service itself.
Let Innocent produce buses for Nigeria, electric buses, and let them be carrying people all over 100 naira. Nigerians can afford it. 100 naira. Even if from here to Gawalada, 100 naira. From Ketu in Lagos to Victoria Island, 100 naira. If they do that, the buses, the distance will reduce. You understand me? You set up a charging point where they can go and charge their buses. Like in Lagos now, they have a depot for the buses. Let them go there and charge the buses and be carrying people 100 naira. It will reduce the economy.
A state like Ebonyi State budgeted 68 million to buy SUVs for their state House of Rep members. So if that can be budgeted, state like Benue, Governor Ilya was saying the budget for House of Rep members to acquire a car is 60 million. That means Nigeria is wealthy. I think transportation can be made free, but I don't think these people that are making money from this would like to stop right now. The transport sector is a huge sector of the economy, but then the everyday increase in prices, remember, has not made people to be happy about the transport sector.
Coincidentally, if the governor can instruct the director or the manager of any transport state corporation that any citizen, not only even their citizen, any person that come to their office that are looking for assistance of the transportation from their state to another state, or interstate or intrastate, they should be giving them, consider them free or complimentary board ride of transportation from point A to point B. The lower people, the less privileged, the state government should make it, and students, the old people, they should make it free to them.
Really affecting.
Eva is the entertainment show on Signature TV, and I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wakunta. Of course, as usual, we have intriguing, interesting, and juicy gist for you guys today. And you don't know the kind of guests we have for you today. Stay tuned, you're going to get it covered. All covered today. All right, so our first news today is the founder of the Lord's Chosen Charismatic Revival Ministry, Lazarus Moka, has claimed that popular social media critics, Very Darkman, is currently learning in a hard way over his negative remarks about his church. Recall that Very Darkman on Monday appeared before the House of Representatives Joint Committee on Financial Crimes and Reformatory Institution investigating the alleged audio of Bobrisky claiming to have bribed some officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, with 15 million naira to drop money laundering charges against him. So in a leaked audio, Bobrisky stated that he never spent 6 months in prison. The controversy generated by the revelation led to an investigative hearing by the House of Representatives on Monday. Very Darkman was invited alongside the EFCC to learn the hard way. What is happening today? He is the one learning something the hard way. Recall that Very Darkman was among the figures that criticized the trending phrase, "I am a chosen," commonly chanted by the church members following their controversial testimonies some weeks ago. Okay, so I don't blame this pastor for reacting to that post, saying that he is the one that is learning the hard way. But is Very Darkman really learning the hard way? I don't think he's learning the hard way. He's just facing the lawsuits for something he came out open to say. All right, so up next is Wizkid previews 2 new songs as he gears up for the release of Morayo. Wizkid hosted fans in London to the listening party of his highly anticipated single, Piece of My Heart, featuring Brent Faiyaz. The London release party for Wizkid's upcoming single comes days after he held a similar release party in Paris, which had in attendance Brent Faiyaz. At the sold-out event that was tagged for females only, Wizkid teased 2 new singles from his upcoming 6th album, Morayo. The upbeat record have ostensible Afrobeat elements that attracts excitement from the audience. The song have equally generated reaction online as observers pointed out that the Grammy winner teased an Afrobeat record after embarking on an infamous rant to dissociate with the genre. The new teaser suggests that there might be significant Afrobeat records on Wizkid's upcoming album, which he also confirmed will feature Nigerian stars. Peace of My Heart marks the start of the Murayo era, which is Wizkid's sixth album. That's a tribute to his late mother, who passed away in 2023. Wizkid had earlier described the highly anticipated album as his best yet, and his upcoming collaboration with Brent Fires offers fans an insight into what to expect on the project. Of course, we all know that Brent Fires is a very good music artist, and imagine Wizkid featuring him in his music. Of course, we'll be expecting a very good and hit banger from that, A Piece of My Heart. And remember that he dedicated that Morayo album to his late mother. All right, moving on, Lagos Fringe Festival returns for its 7th edition this November. Lagos Fringe Festival has announced its return for its 7th edition, scheduled to begin on November 19 and round off on November 24th, 2024 at Freedom Park, Lagos. In an official announcement, the organizers of the festival revealed that the upcoming edition will showcase workshops, pop-up markets for talent, and so much more. We are getting closer to the LF 2024, and we can't wait to bring you another unforgettable festival experience, from mind-blowing performances to hands-on workshop that will sharpen your creative edge, and a pop-up market showcasing the best of local and global talent. There's something for everyone, whether you are into theater, music, dance, or film, or looking to level up your skills in one of our exciting workshops. The anticipation is real. Get ready to immerse yourself in the vibrant world of the Lagos Fringe Festival, where creativity comes to life, the post said. They also stated that the festival is accessible to the members of the public to showcase their work. Since its launch in 2018, Lagos Fringe has grown in the number of performances, participants, and audience engagement, locally and internationally, becoming one of the largest outdoor festivals in West Africa. According to a statement on their official site, over the last 7 years, Lagos Fringe has impacted over 5,000 young creatives, produced 500 plus projects and events, entertained 21,000 plus people, hosted 50 plus international guests, and employed over 70 personnel each year. I'm looking forward to this particular event. I don't know if I'll be attending, but it looks like it's something that is going to be very interesting, because they said all hands on deck. They don't mind if you're into movie, music, or even fashion. Just come for this festival and be creative and also be intrigued. All right, so moving on, Paul Solis' wife files for divorce. Britney Spears' boyfriend, Paul Solis, is now going through a divorce because his wife just pulled the plug on their marriage. Paul's wife, Nicole Mansilla, belined it to court Wednesday and filed for divorce after 8 years of marriage. Nicole is going with the boilerplate irreconcilable differences as the reason for the split, and she lists June 29, 2023 as the date of separation. So apparently they've been separated for more than 10 or 11 months now. Okay, so Paul and Nicole have 4 minor children together, and she's seeking legal and physical custody for the kids, though she's open to Paul getting visitation. Nicole is also seeking spousal support, and she checked the box to terminate the court's ability to award support to Paul. The estranged couple tied the knot way back in March 2015 with Britney. When Britney's still under her conservatorship, she's filing for a divorce, and she doesn't want them to I don't understand. Why is she making life so difficult? If you're filing for a divorce, file for a divorce and be ready for whatever the court says. Why are you wanting to be the one to take part in his properties and everything that has to do with him? Okay, moving on. In my own opinion anyways. Moving on, why celebrities should keep political opinions private. While many use their platforms to advocate for social change, there is a growing argument for why celebrities should keep their political choices private. Yes, celebrities and influencers and citizens and political policies affect them, but they must also understand that they are not regular people. There are certain topics that are usually best avoided for the sake of their image and reception, and politics is often one of them. Celebrities wield significant influence over political opinion. Recognizing this power means understanding the responsibility that comes with it, including potential consequences of their statements. A celebrity's entire brand and daily bread are dedicated by how the public perceives them. The recent backlash faced by Nigerian filmmaker Jade Osiberu serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of public political commentary and the fickle nature of public opinion. The fine line between love and hate is very thin, and all it takes is one thing to make the public switch up on you in the blink of an eye. And let's not forget about cancel culture. Not once or twice, celebrities have been slammed for picking a side when it comes to politics, especially when their choices is not the popular one. The first instance in Nollywood, actress Toyin Abraham, who opened up about her political choice in 2023, endorsing President Tinubu as her choice, and things have not remained the same for her, since she attested that Tinubu told her about his plans for the nation. She has faced backlash upon backlash at every corner on these social media streets. It got so bad that in June 2024, she broke down in tears after facing backlash for doubling down on her support for Tinubu. Remember that she is a filmmaker and her entire livelihood depends on her viewership and rating. So if she gets cancelled for her political stance, who would watch her movies? How would she feed? Getting cancelled can also lead to a decline in work opportunities and public support. It can lead to significant financial losses, impacting her income and lifestyle. Now, also remember that Sheyi is one who had publicly supported Tinubu, who has elected president of Nigeria in the 2023 election. This drew criticism from many people on social media, and beyond criticism, threats. In May 2023, the comedian shared a highly offensive message, a troll sent to his wife due to his political affiliation, threatening to kill their daughter. Threatening anyone is wrong, beyond a doubt, and the celebrity status makes it easy to hate on them. Let's not forget Eniola Badmus, another actress who is still facing the sting of sharing her political views in 2023. Just yesterday, October 1st, 2024, she was dragged for wishing everyone a happy Independence Day, which led to a heated exchange in words in her comment section. All this because she publicly picked a side. Recently on September 13, 2024, Nigerian actress Mercy Johnson also came under fire on social media over a viral video of her at a political rally, encouraging the masses to vote for a candidate. This action did not go over people's heads, and the look she usually received from Nigeria switched in an instant that day. Why? Because she picked a side. By staying neutral in public and keeping their political preferences private, celebrities can even create a space for open dialogue among their fans, encouraging discussion that include multiple perspectives without the weight of celebrity influence. They can also protect themselves and not leave themselves open to the repercussion of publicly endorsing politicians. honestly, they should stay on their lane. They shouldn't be giving their own. Yes, you can give your own opinion, but don't come publicly and make it, because people are actually looking up to you. People are listening to you, and you know you have a very huge fan base. Except you want to lose that. Except you don't want people to watch your movies or even endorse you. Okay, that's all we have for you today in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be reviewing our guests to you. So stay tuned. E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I told you we have an intriguing guest for you today. He is a gym instructor and, of course, our able gorilla guy. So his real name is Chekwas, in case you don't know. Welcome to the studio, Chekwas.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You look so good. I'm fine, thank you. So, can you tell us, like, talking about this gorilla guy content, what actually inspired you to choose that particular content?
Well, the truth is, I tried, the first time I did the gorilla walk, the so-called gorilla walk, I never had the intention of walking like a gorilla. I tried mimicking Tom and Jerry. I don't know if you remember the cartoon. There's this episode where Tom had to call his 3 cousins, those 3 cats.
Yes,
I think one is blue, black, and red.
Red, yes.
They were walking funny. So I've always been doing that right from when I was small. So I did that last year. That was around March last year. And it was in a content. So I did it and I uploaded the video. And someone trolled me. Like, someone was more like, is this something? I think it was something like, this video is not even
shading
nice.
You or something, yeah.
Look at you walking like a gorilla. Yeah. So I now did it again.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like doing it again to let the person know that, okay, you have made your statement, but it has nothing on me. So I did it again and it went viral. So a lot of people were like, yes, he's really walking like a gorilla, but it's kind of funny. You get? So I never had the intention of walking like a gorilla.
Yeah.
I was just trying to mimic Tom and Jerry, and the hate speech brought in the gorilla walk, and here we are today.
So can you share us like how you started creating content?
Oh, well, I started content creation 2017.
Okay.
And my first video went viral 2020.
Wow.
I started September 2nd, 2017. I was into fitness content.
Okay.
Doing how to lose body fat, how to, you know,
as
get toned up and all that. Yeah. So I focused on that for 2 years plus. Then during lockdown, Corona outbreak, during the lockdown, I started doing comedy videos.
Yeah.
Then one went viral 2020, and that was it until last year, around that March. It was Gorilla Walk that, like, I had like 4,000 followers since 2017, then had 19,000 on TikTok.
Yeah.
But from there, I did the Gorilla Walk, all my accounts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
It's been buzzing up since then.
Yeah.
So have you faced any challenges creating all this content?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, walk us through it.
The kind of challenges I face, let's say, first of all, one major challenge that people will face, upcoming content creators will face, and they just have to know how to control it, is when the fame comes in a hurry.
What do you mean by that?
When your video goes viral.
Yeah.
Like, boom, when it goes viral. You know, that heat wave.
Yeah.
It comes with so much pressure. At times, you feel like there's some certain things you're not supposed to be doing again because everyone knows you.
Okay.
When my videos went viral, I was still jumping into bus, entering keke and all that. But people always be like, I used to watch your video. Hey, sorry, excuse me. I the gorilla guy. I'm like, yeah. I used to watch your video. So if I had changed my lifestyle in a hurry, probably I will, you know, when you're living under pressure, you're living a lifestyle you can't maintain. So that is it when the fame comes in a hurry. When the fame doesn't match your pocket. You get. That's one. Secondly, I believe that is a general one. Something like your equipment. You have to have something up to standard. Because if you want your videos to go viral and all that, at times the video needs to be very clear. You know, the quality of your video really helps. So, and that's where iPhone 14, 15 comes in and all that. And if you're not from a rich family, of course, getting these kind of things will not be easy. But as an upcoming content creator, you just have to find yourself in the midst of other content creators. Make yourself available.
You can share insights.
Exactly. So once they're done shooting, you can beg them, please, can I make use of your phone and all that. But if you just stay at home waiting for you to save up and get your own, you will just be wasting time.
So does it mean someone that doesn't use iPhone 14, 15 and the rest of them cannot shoot a quality content?
You cannot shoot a quality content.
Really?
Yeah, you can't.
So iPhone 13 cannot?
No, they can. Like, there are levels to quality content.
Okay.
You get. There are levels to it. But one thing you need to know is, if you shoot a video with iPhone 11 and shoot with iPhone 14, when you upload, because definitely once you upload a video on social media, it drops. Okay. Then when it drops, you will now notice that you see the whole quality. Like, this one is looking kind of sandy. We call it sandy when it's not that clear compared to the other one. So you need quality content.
Wow. So have you ever thought of making content creation as a full career?
I'm into it now as a full career. Like, I never knew. See, I've always been acting. From 2020, I was doing it out of passion. Like, I enjoyed it.
Okay.
You get. So no matter the job, I'll keep doing it. But since this whole gorilla guys of a thing, I'm now taking it to a whole different level. Like, I have a goal.
Okay. So apart from the gorilla walk, you have another kind of content you...
Yeah, I have my character, like there's the main character that I was before the gorilla walk.
Okay.
Yeah, there's this funny character that I was. Yeah. The guy acts stupid, like the stupid part of me.
Okay.
But the gorilla guy is just an aggressive beast, you know.
Yeah.
Someone that is possessed by, I'll call it like an evil spirit. Because the gorilla guy, what he's called is the spirit of vengeance. The gorilla guy likes fighting. He needs to be agile. But over time, kids started, I love the gorilla guy, I love the gorilla guy. So kids are gradually changing the narrative to see him as a hero. Okay. But that was not the plan. The plan was to make him very aggressive. But because of the way kids love that character, we are gradually changing the narrative, gradually.
Okay, you want to change it. You don't want to go back to the initial
No. We have a storyline. There's a series going on.
Okay.
Gorilla Guy series. We're in episode 9 right now. We've uploaded to 6. So in the series, there will be different moments when the gorilla guy will be good, when he'll be bad, and all that. But the initial plan was for him to be possessed by an evil spirit. But the way kids love the character, we just have to now make him more like a hero and that kind of stuff, just to blend the storyline.
Okay, so as a content creator, if you want to advise someone that wants to go into content creation,
yes,
what tool or app would you advise them to use?
App, CapCut. CapCut. When I started, I was using InShot. I used InShot for a very long time. They are all good. I used InShot for a very long time, and when CapCut came out, a lot of my colleagues were using CapCut. But CapCut, it's kind of complicated, and you're like, how will I make use of this? But if you don't start, you will be outdated.
Yes.
You will see some edits, like some level of editing that in InShot you have to pay for it to get it, but in CapCut it's free. You just left for it to explore and just get it yourself, learn to do it yourself. So CapCut for me is the best.
So can you tell us how a young person or a content creator can actually monetize his content?
Okay. The quickest platform to monetize is, no one is actually easy. No one is easy.
Of course.
But the quickest one is Facebook.
Really? Not even TikTok?
Not really TikTok. TikTok, you have to get the... Nigeria is not eligible on TikTok. But on Facebook, Nigeria is eligible. Okay. Nigeria got eligible this year. So it's a plus to us. And you just have to... I think you have to have 5,000 followers, 60,000 watch time.
On Facebook?
On Facebook. Like 60,000.
But you know, most people, like, would I say 70% of people don't even go on Facebook anymore?
That's what you think. Who told you? See.
Or is it because of me?
Facebook still remains the major social media app when it comes to monetization.
Okay.
You get, because if you go to TikTok, a lot of people on TikTok, but their accounts are not monetized. Like, let's say we only have like 15 to 20% of people on TikTok that have their accounts monetized. But on Facebook, we have a higher number. You get, and Facebook has more of like family-oriented kind of people. Twitter is where you go and you see people with dark humor, so Facebook is a place where you can actually drop your content.
Twitter is a different platform on it too, I swear to God. So like, how long did it take you before you started seeing money from your content?
What makes you like I'm seeing money now?
You're telling us how to monetize it, so definitely.
Anyways, before I monetize, it took time because you have to, as of then, Nigeria was not eligible. So someone outside the country contacted me and was like, I have to like give access to my page. Okay. Then she will help me monetize the page. But when you're giving access to someone you don't know, like if it's gone, it's gone. You can't trace the person and all that.
Honestly, you have to start afresh.
For like 3-4 months, this person was disturbing me. I told the person, see, forget it. Don't worry, I'm doing it for passion. I don't want money. Because for me to give you my page, that time the page was at 200,000 followers. So I was like, for me to give you my page, if you were in Nigeria, it would have been different. You get. So at the point, I was like, someone still spoke to me. I was like, guy, your videos are going viral. How come you're not making money? One day I was scrolling through Instagram. I saw a post that said, one Arabic guy said, if you want to buy Ferrari, take risk. No risk, no Ferrari. So that's in my head. I was like, no risk, no Ferrari. Like, it's actually true. If you don't take risk, at times you're not really being big. I called her on phone. I told her, okay, see, take the page. Like, when I was giving her the page, I made up my mind. If she does not give me back the page, maybe it's someone that's scamming me. Fine, I go again. And
But you going
Thank God.
again means you're
Starting
starting
afresh.
afresh.
Yeah, I just made up my mind that night. And the thing there is I actually have people.
Mm.
I actually know 1 or 2 persons in Nigeria that could, do it. But at times when you don't really want people to know your financial strength,
Yeah.
you prefer coming from a stranger.
Yeah.
So I just chose that person.
Okay. This content creation needs consistency, whether you have views or you don't have views. So like how does the consistency now come into play to make you get to that top point where you can actually monetize your content?
See, if you want to be consistent in content creation, there is always something trending. Jump on that trend. I tell people, no matter the kind of content you're creating, you can fuse in your creativity into what's trending. Some people do cooking online.
Yeah.
Some people do fitness. There's religious content. There's health content. There's comedy. There's action. There's storytelling. Some people can just come out and start telling stories. So, but fusing what is going on to your creativity. Let's say, for example, now if you're doing cooking content, what's trending now is I am choosing. You can come out and maybe, beans is difficult to boil. So let's say you want to boil beans in the middle of the night and you're trying to cook, and you can be like, so guys, if you want to eat beans, remember you have to cook earlier because it's not so easy to boil and blah, 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 blah. So now saying maybe you look at the time, it's like 10 p.m. is late. And you're like, oh, sorry, I forgot it's really late. But anyways, I am choosing beans. Who are you? Next thing the beans is ready. You get. Now you have blended
The
the trend with
your
your art.
Yes.
You get. So anything that is trending, jump on it. Whether it is Bobrisky and VDM, use your own art and jump on the trend. That's if you really want to head to the top. But some people do content out of, I just want to pass out that message, but I'm not after going to the top.
Okay.
Because entertainment industry is not really easy. Okay, so it depends on what you want.
So like, have you faced any setbacks since you started content creating?
Hey, Jesus. This question is deep.
And it's a lot.
This question is deep because I faced it last 2 months.
Wow.
See, was it last 2 months? Just July, April, May, June, July. July, yes, August, September. Yeah. August, September.
We're in
July.
October.
Yeah, I went in October, July. I almost ran mad. Like,
tell me about it.
My phone. I can't even believe till now, I still sleep holding my phone.
Okay. So what happened to your phone?
I got an iPhone 14.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I ordered for an iPhone 15 Pro Max. Someone sent it from me from Australia. It got stolen. Like, it didn't get to me. They called me. I should go to what was the name? I should go to their office to pick it up. I went there. It was not there. The phone was not there. That one went. I got iPhone 14 Pro Max that month. After like 2 months, I was sleeping and I woke up and I noticed that my window was open. I don't know how. At times, we go through the gate, we leave the gate open. And that day it rained, so it could be all these people that know how they do their things, and they stole the phone. I had lots of content. See, when I say lots of content, I had like over 20 to 25 contents I have not uploaded. And each content can cost me like, at times, each content can cost me like over 20K. Just one content. Because when you shoot the content, those that will come around and you have to tip them. Thank you for coming. Take your tea first,
Yeah.
So I had like over 20 of them. And it got missing. I was really, I went into depression straight.
That's expected.
You know when you just wake up?
Yeah.
And I didn't see it. I didn't see the phone. I called my brother. I told my brother, they've stolen our phone.
They stole his own too?
No, mine. He said,
Just
it's a
yours.
lie. Blah, 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 blah. He scattered everywhere. I knew they've stolen the phone. So I just sat down. I was trying to form, don't worry, I'm okay. But it broke me and all the contents got missing. So it taught me a lesson. I should have gotten a hard drive, which now I have.
Okay.
You have your hard drive. Once you shoot the content, you upload it there because don't just trust your phone or probably a particular source. Keep it, have like 2 backups just in case. So that was one major setback that it was a major one. Another thing people need to know is you have to be careful not to violate social media platforms. Facebook is very strict.
Yeah.
This guy's challenge, Brain Jota. There's this guy that I did it with. The guy is small. I won't call him a dwarf, but he's small. He's really small.
Yes.
So we did the stuff. No, the whole vibe, and you run and the other person will chase you.
Yes.
I caught him and I threw him. But behind the scene, there were people waiting for him. So immediately I threw him, they caught him. But they didn't show, we didn't show where they caught him. I put it on Facebook, and Facebook suspended my account for 1 year and said that was child abuse.
So your account is still suspended?
No. I had to appeal and all that. My account was suspended for like 2 months plus.
Okay.
So, so these are setbacks that you can face,
So what advice now would you give content creators, like when they're out of creativity? Because now brain they use, they do all these things. So what advice would you give a content creator, like you're out of creativity? What advice would you give them?
See, number one, surround yourself with creative people, like people that think alike. Creative people in the sense that there are some people that when you surround yourself, like my team, the people I surround myself with, they are very creative. And when you bring up an idea, hey, have a content, the competition is healthy. There is healthy competition. So when you're like, everyone is bringing up content, you have not brought up something, you get, it pushes you, you'll not feel lazy.
Okay.
You get. Surround yourself with a very creative team. Secondly, see, in fact, this part is very complicated because people will not understand.
Okay.
You need a moment of hate. The moment you get that, the moment you get to that stage where you have gotten to your moment of hate, that is grace. But people don't know.
So people must hate you.
Oh my God. See, the moment they start hating you, that is God telling you it is your time. Capitalize on that hate.
Okay.
Let me give you an instance. Do you know Very Dark Man is as influential as he is right now because people hated him when he started? Hate gives relevance. When I did the guerrilla work then, though I didn't have it as guerrilla work in my mind, if when I did the guerrilla work then, that nobody insulted me or anything, nobody would have known me. I'll just do guerrilla work and you can just sit and you just swipe. No, it's nothing. But they posted my video on Twitter and people were like, what is this? As they were saying, what is this? My DM was getting choked up. If 100 people insult you, 70 will come to your DM. Okay. If 70 comes to your DM, out of 70, like 10 is coming with business deal. Because at the moment you are trending, nobody cares what you're really trending for. Brands will start coming to you because you are trending. They just want to make use of your niche at that time you are trending. So even if for you to hold their product or anything, people are like, it's not that guy. As I say, it's not that guy. That's how the face of the product is also trending. So know when to capitalize on hate. At times, content creators generate hate on their own.
How?
There's this guy they call Gege.
Okay.
He calls himself a financial expert, talking about, like for example, he'll come out and say, Davido gave his driver a car of 60 million naira. How can you do that?
Okay.
Now he's saying this, one dark slim guy, he's saying these things, and if you go to his comment section, what you keep saying is, how can you tell someone how to spend his money? When he started, he was like, Davido gave 60 million. How can you do that? That's not wise. The man does not have the mental strength to maintain the car. And it seemed as if it was not really pushing very well. Then he started adding, Davido, I give you 24 hours. Go and return that car. At times you'll be like, how can, let's say, I'm just giving an instance. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm giving an instance. How can Don Jazzy give someone 10 million naira? How can you give a poor lady 10 million naira? It's of you to maybe open up a business, blah, 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 blah. Don Jazzy, I'm giving you 30 minutes to do. So now, he's saying this thing so that the fans will say, how can you tell someone, look at you're ordering your papa, are you mad? Now, the moment they are saying these things, the more they engage, the more the video goes viral. The more the video goes viral, the more they are being paid. You get the point? So once people notice that you have noticed them and you are hitting them, they will kick on it. Why? Some people that cannot generate that hate naturally, they pay for the hate.
They pay for hate?
They pay for hate. This is me telling you. The entertainment industry, a lot of people don't know what's going on. And like, if if 90% of people understands what is going on in the entertainment industry, the comment section will be very scanty.
Oh.
There's some people
So
that
are you saying they pay
for
people
hate.
to give that hate comment?
Let me break this thing down to you.
Okay.
That was last year. A girl met me when I was buying Coastal. So the girl said me like, hey, how you doing? We spoke, and she was like, I like your content. I was like, thank you so much. Because me, I have this mentality that the way I live my life, everyone around me like majority will know me, but they don't like my content.
Okay.
Because I know I was dragged very well on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter. Instagram and TikTok, they're okay with my content. So I'm okay with it. I don't have a problem with that. You can hit me. I don't have a problem. In fact, I'm even happy that you don't even like me. But one thing I enjoy is that children love my content. Like, children, they see me as a superhero.
So are children your biggest audience?
Hey! Every day, I must get a call from our business line. That's my manager can be like, please, are you free? One man just called that the daughter wants to talk to you, the son wants to talk to you, France, Uganda, South Africa, a lot of kids. Please, gorilla guy, blah, 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 gorilla guy. At times I'll test singlets for them. I'll do, they'll be so happy. Just that. So now when this lady met me, she now told me, I was just in a hurry to just leave. I'm not so okay with strangers. I'm not so here to just leave that space. She was like, but anyway, sorry, when the video came out, I was among those, when you first did the gorilla walk, I was among those that insulted you on Twitter. You know, blah, 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 blah. So when she said it to me, the moment she said it, I was like, wow. Like, because then I had like, let's say, you know when you have little followers on Twitter, I'm not active on Twitter. But when she was dragging me, I still have followers. Like my page was not angry. So I was not interested in her the first time. I just wanted to like, you know, I love your videos, thank you so much. I just wanted to just leave. So when she said, I was among those that insulted you on Twitter and I was dragging you, my head was like, wow, I've seen one. So I told her, okay, no problem, okay, thank you so much. She said, but now I enjoy your content. I've seen that you're diversifying to other kinds of content. Now there's action. The gorilla guy is now fighting. I told her, thank you so much. But no problem, don't worry, I've forgiven you. There's no problem. She said, okay. And I asked her, can you do me a favor? She said, yes. No, she told me, can you do the gorilla walk for me? I said, yes, I'm sure I can. I did it in ShopRite. When I did the gorilla walk in ShopRite, then she was like, thank you so much, I'm going to upload it. And I told her, please, can you do me a favor? She was like, what is it? I told her,
she should leave that hate comment again.
Once she uploads it, she should just write, look at what an adult is misbehaving, blah, 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 blah. Now, the moment she does that, people engage. Look at this boy, look at this, he's so irresponsible, blah, 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 blah. As you're saying all these things, well, she's making her money because her content, you know, the content is getting on, is getting engagement. She's making her money. I'm getting more popular. I'm having more followers. You get, so at times it's strictly business. And one major, in fact, my major problem that people don't understand. People say, the gorilla guy, you're walking like a gorilla, you're instigating racism and all that. You know, that's what they say. But this is one thing they don't know. Life is all about perspective. A black guy can call a black guy nigger, but a white guy cannot call a black guy nigger.
Yes, that's true.
Because the moment you do that is racism. So if you see me doing the gorilla walk and with my fellow guys, like, you know, black guys and all that, I'm doing the gorilla walk, it's fun. But the moment I'm surrounded by white people, if I start doing the gorilla walk, even the white people, even if they're enjoying it, they may not even want to clap. Because they feel like the moment they are doing it, they can get attacked that you're pushing racism. So you have to know where you are to do some certain things. You get. So, but people don't really see these things. They are saying more like you're instigating racism and all that, forgetting that there's a movie called Tarzan. There's a movie called Judge of the Jungle. Now, the reason why the producers didn't use a black person, if they had used a black person to play the role of Tarzan, it would have pulled down the movie. Because they'll be like, you're trying to pass that message that blacks are monkeys. Rather, they use the white person to play that role. And the movie is a blockbuster. So you see, it's all about mentality. That's life.
Okay. So, like, how can collaboration, you know,
help?
In content creation? Because, you know, as you said, competition is in this content creation. So sometimes I know that if you go to a content creator now to be like, let's collaborate to make this particular content, they might even request for money, you know, right? So how can collaboration help a content creator to like get to that top?
You have to grow gradually. Some people just don't know how to grow. You have not your page, you have not gone anywhere in your page, and you want to go and collaborate with Davido, you want to go and collaborate with Don Jazzy. I always tell people, gradually grow. Like, you know when you're growing with your circle from one place to another, gradually, then over time, you will now probably meet the big artists. But before you're meeting them, ask yourself, is your style of content compatible with theirs? Like, for example, I find it very difficult shooting with a new girl. I don't, if you hardly see the gorilla guy shooting with a girl, because I'm always aggressive and I need to slap. But if I put an act where I slap a girl, it does not really sound, it doesn't look so cool.
People will come at you, actually.
Yeah. So it doesn't look so cool. So that's why if a girl meets me, please, I want to feature the gorilla guy and all that, in my head I'm like, the gorilla guy is a beast. He's not going to fall in love with you. He needs to beat someone. So I hate the person he's going to beat. I didn't
like,
get.
what do you want to do in the content, actually?
So at times it's quiet. It's not everybody that you can collaborate with. But once you're creative, once you bring up a good idea, something can come up. You get. So but I always tell people, focus on building your page. If your page is empty, even if you collaborate with Don Jazzy, you will not have followers. People think that maybe if you collaborate with a celebrity, you will have followers. That's not how it works.
But his fan base would help.
That's not how it works. When you collaborate with someone like Don Jazzy, Don Jazzy gives you exposure. Like if you go to TikTok, you can see a video. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Thanks so much for coming, but you're not leaving yet. We'll go on a short break. And thanks so much for coming, but you're not leaving yet. We'll go on a short break. And the gorilla guy will be making the gorilla movements for us. So when we return, we'll be reviewing that video to you. So stay tuned.
the high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government, because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar.
A bit scared, honestly. I was a bit scared, but at the end of the day, I started laughing, right?
No, that is just fake life.
I swear, you wasted how many? You wasted the singlet now.
It's normal. That's how I live my life. I test singlet almost every day, basically.
All right. I'm sure you enjoyed that wonderful scene. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for E-Vibe Entertainment Show on Signature TV. And don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms. I'm still your baby girl, Queenette Wilkinson. To have a wonderful day.
It is another beautiful morning on Signature Television. Today is third day in the month of October, and it is Thursday. So we usually say
pounds. There was a time Naira was better than dollars. There was a time Naira was better. In fact, when they say time Naira was better, in fact, when they say they were good old days, those were the good old days.
Good days, yeah.
Things were a lot better. People flocked into this country for investments. I'm not sure it's the same thing.
No,
if you look at the amount of monies right now, talking about the recent devaluation of the Nigerian currency, £1 is over 200,000. It's over 200 naira. That's to tell you that, we as a nation, we haven't really gotten it right when it comes to our economic policies. Yeah, there are some certain things that the current administration is doing to try to make sure that our economy is strong, but some persons don't see any good
anything coming out of
that
it
will happen in the next 2 or 3 years, given the devaluation of the currency and of course the
inflation.
fact that we're not able to get our acts right. I mean, the Independence Day, so many persons didn't feel anything about it because again, it's just same old story about how bad the economy has been mismanaged over the years.
Okay, we'll keep on talking about these things at 9 o'clock or 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. All right, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back with that right into the newspaper headlines. Stick around.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning. We're going straight to the headlines on our dailies this morning. We're kicking off on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard, Tinubu jets off to UK amid lobbying for cabinet slots. And still on the Vanguard, ICPC recovers over 13 billion naira diverted from government coffers in 1 month. WHT, that's withholding tax. Operators hail federal government, seek increase in exemption ceiling due to devaluation.
Okay, that is the Guardian newspapers. All right, still on the Guardian newspapers, on the Gubapo, youth storm INEC office, demand redeployment of REC.
Confusion over Rivers local government polls as REC denies releasing 2023 voter register to RSEC.
Reps demands GCON for Abbas, say Speaker above CJN.
Senate rejects private investigator bills amid fears.
All right, that's the most we can take from the Guardian newspapers this morning. Let's take a look at the Nigeria Tribune. Just above the marks, we have Rivers local government poll. APC factions disagree over participation in exercise with the rider why we have not released voter register. That's from INEC. You can see more on the page 21 of the Tribune this morning.
Oil and gas sector. Federal government introduces tax incentives, VAT modifications on diesel, CNG, others with the rider. Gazettes withholding tax 2024 regulations.
Senate summons works minister over Oyo Ogbomosho Road with the rider backs establishment of agri-university in Iragwiji.
Tinubu leaves for UK on 2 weeks annual leave.
Ekiti returning to Awolowo's farm settlement area to boost food security. That's from Oyebanji.
Many missing as boat carrying over 200 passengers sinks in Niger. With the rider, sources say 160 feared dead.
Atiku writes National Assembly proposes rotational presidency with the rider wants minimum education qualification raised.
Hire military contractors to wipe off terrorists. Ndume tells Tinubu laments killings of 6 farmers in Borno.
A delegate threatens to sue APC director for 5 billion naira over alleged defamation.
Reps rejects Abbas's CFR demand GCON like Akmabio's.
I am not working against Yoruba interests. That's from Bamidele. And that's the most we can take from that particular newspapers. Let's take a look at the Punch this morning. Local government poll. INEC withholds registers for Barawike's camps clash.
Local government autonomy. Governors in fresh move to delay implementation. Local governments plan to get October allocation from Federation account as Noge. Others urged enforcement.
An MPCL porter shut down delays petrol supply. That's from marketers.
PDP crisis. Onyilola peace panel begins sitting on Monday.
Customs intercept 682 million naira cannabis indica at Tinkan port.
National honors housed not inferior to Senate. Reps tell federal government.
And 25 killed in Niger boat crash.
All right. Courts. Here's Barbican FBN 5.4 billion naira shares dispute on October 21.
Okay. Federal government stops VAT and diesel, cooking gas. Okay. All right, quickly to the Daily Trust this morning. Daily Trust, Constitution Review. Atiku proposes rotational presidency.
Man to federal government. Sanction officials making policies that ruin businesses.
Governor Lawa's allegations against Matawale despite onslaught and bandits up patriotic.
16 buried, 150 still missing after Niger boat mishap with a rider. Ferry conveying 300 Mawlud celebrants. Rescue operations still ongoing. 182 lives lost in 3 years.
Iran-Israel war. Federal government moves to evacuate Nigerians in Lebanon.
10 killed in Lagos road accidents.
Reps reject CFR national honor for speaker, demand GCON.
Kebbi governors donates SUVs to emirs. Well, we have Vanguard. Vanguard newspaper is still up, and let's see if we can get a thing or two from...
Pose, INEC, RISEC disagree over voters register with rider as Fubara declares today, tomorrow public holidays.
Egwaivoin gives conditions to lead Super Eagles full-time.
Reps reject CFR demand G-Con honor for Speaker.
Okay, here we go. I thought I saw 6-year single term, but constitutional amendment article proposes rotational presidency, 5-year single tenure.
Five.
Not 6.
Okay.
I thought it was 6.
All right. And the Edo PDP protest governorship election result, I think, is out. That's on the page 7 of the Vanguard.
All right. We would have to stop it here and get across to the other side of the table to engage Mr. Chris Maduka, who is standing by. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Belinda. It's good to be here again.
All right, so there's a whole lot that's going on in the system, especially as it concerns the economy, in the international situation. I don't even know what you think about the latest developments between Israel and Iran. Iran is basically, pushing Israel to act, and Israel have said through Netanyahu that it's a big mistake that Iran shot over 180 missiles into Israel's territory. We're going on a short break, though. We'll have you react to that. Stay with us. Signature Television. So earlier was talking about the Iran and the Israel conflict. I don't know what Chris thinks about it. Mr. Chris, so many persons are tilting towards the fact that if this particular issue isn't managed properly, we could see another third world unfold in our eyes. So I just want to find out if you think that Israel is going to retaliate against what Iran did to it a few days ago.
Israel is a nation that their position when it comes to global issues is very sensitive. And they have even come out to say that they're not going to react so quickly to whatever Iran is pushing them to do. Because like the Igbo proverb said, Israel has to gauge and know what is the man who is held on the ground. Uche onye jinani. You have to find out what is the uche onye jinani. The person who is actually on the ground must be thinking something. For Iran to muster the courage to, you were saying 180, but the record says 200 missiles were shot in one single operation against Israel. Now, let me put it this way. If a madman is dressed up with explosives and runs into your sitting room when you're having dinner with your family, the question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to grab him and start fighting him there and then? And then, because obviously you know what has come. It has come with suicidal tendency. And it's this issue of I kill you, I kill myself. There's this joke of our brother who say he'll buy goat and kill everybody. Now, he meant to say that he will buy goat and kill because his wife delivered. Now, what he means is Israel has to study this situation very well. America has to study this situation very well because Russia is also on the side watching. And these are all sensitive and deliberate issues. And that brings us to a point where you say you give the lives of 7 billion inhabitants of this globe and leave it to the hands of some politicians and policymakers of the world. That's when they start dancing all kind of, some people will dancing reggae with the, holding your life in their hand, dancing reggae and doing some fire catching stunts. That's where the whole world should get involved and think about this. Because the world alignment, thank God Nigeria is non-aligned. There are a lot of countries in the world that the NATO said they are non-aligned. But how non-aligned they are now is also left to question. Because everybody is moving towards where they find their breakfast, where where the interest is. And that is what is critical about a global world where capitalism has taken the upper hand. You have few Russians, I don't think they're still practicing the socialist Marxism thing. It must have been diluted so much when the Russia fell down. That empire, that big conglomerate was cracked and they scattered. You find this, that's where the world is going. And I hope we are not trying to fulfill the book, the holy book, because everything is pointing towards what they call it, that final showdown.
Like the countries will rise against countries.
That's it. And then you find, there's a word they use, which I'm finding difficult to remember now. But if that's what the end time crisis, whatever, and there's this fear that is grabbing everyone. When the stone climbs up, all the breakables below catch fire. And that's what has happened.
Right. How do you think the Africans or African nations should be reacting to this war? We know that at some point South Africa, because of their, posturing of social justice, they have actually asked Israel to stand down on what's going on in Gaza. It's more like an intimidation. That Israel's most of the time posed like they are the victims, whereas they are the aggressor here. So how do you think Africans should be reacting to the war? Should they be condemning it? Should they be trying to evacuate their people? Or people have come out to condemn what Israel have done. Some others have supported what Israel have done. How should the African continent be reacting to what's going on?
Any African country who want to react to whatever that is happening now must be very careful. You know why? Because when the push turns to shove, you have to identify yourself. You will be treated with the way where you stand. So we have to be very, very diplomatic in this and still maintain that non-aligned posture and preach peace. Because you don't know where the cookie will crumble. And for example, but when it gets to the point of you must declare your stand, well, it becomes the issue of whoever marries your father becomes your mother. Whichever woman becomes a wife of your father is automatically becomes your mother. And it has to be like that. So this is what has to be and the way we have to handle it. And we pray that God will intervene. Now, that's a funny thing about the world. The people of the world will clearly take decisions that put everybody in trouble. And then some of us will recoil back to calling God. In this situation, whatever that has pushed Iran to shoot 200 missiles, nuclear ballistic missiles in one day, and look at how it has been happening. The 3 drones and different capacity, we're able to, because what they intended to achieve were not mere feat. They really intended to inflict massive and heavy injury on Israel. And come to think about it, when people say Israel is a villain, not the victim, you look at the situation very well. What? It's the same situation all over the world. What did Israel do? What is the offense? Why is everybody all eye on it, and the small country that just came into existence a few years ago, trying to survive and trying to pick their history from the Holy Book and trying to follow certain, but it's like the whole world. We know what Israel has suffered over time. And then you think that when they get the opportunity to really prove themselves that they have right to live in this world like any other person.
All right, let's bring it down. River State is boiling. Local government elections are due. The opposition is saying that the governor is not following due process, given that the judgments have stated that the elections must be stalled. But Fubara is going ahead to say today is a public holiday, tomorrow is a public holiday. We're going on with that particular elections that is due for Saturday. We all know how we got to this particular point. What's your take on this development, and how do you think this Rivers conundrum would end?
It is when the dinner goes sour. That's when you wake up in the morning and start telling people, this is what I ate last night. There is a problem already. There's a foundational issue in River State. And like you said, I've sat on this seat several times and said, Fubara is like the legendary man who everybody wants to kill and then take his life. So he has decided to swallow his life inside his stomach, just to prove that he has right to be a governor, has a right to reign, I mean, decide and dispose issues in River State, just like his predecessors had done. What is his offense? That's the way Fubara we ask now. Somebody will say Fubara is the villain, not the victim, just like Israel. Just tell me what single offense that Fubara has committed. All the PDP states have had their local government elections, and they did what they did. APC states have their elections, and they did what they did. African states have the election, did what they did. Now you ask, like Mike Ejaga in this story, what did I do? Is that the issue you asking? What offense did he commit? That somebody after him felt that he is worthy enough to continue on the seat of governing River State and handed him power, and they were very, very open to tell the world that I made him. He's accepted. And the man said, you made me. Allow me to breathe. You now said, okay, since I made you, because I bought pants for you as a man, every time I will now say, oh, remove your clothes, let me see how this pant fits you. Is it not what is the problem? And the world are watching. The elders have spoken. We can leave Fubara alone to breathe. Discuss out of this crisis. And I blame the people. The proverb in Igbo land says, it's only the yam of a madman, a stupid, foolish person. Only beribe. That's his only yam they use to prepare snake pepper soup. When we kill snake, he say, oh Charles, go and bring your yam, let's make pepper soup. Why not the next person? So if what is good for the geese is good for the gander, we can, after 8 years of governing River State, should mind that, remember that there are other people who are the pass through. And they didn't squeeze him to death. They still allow him dispose. What is the problem? As a governor, let allow you some element of power to dispose things. I support the right of people calling governors to order. But let's use legitimate way, not intimidation, not by saying where you set fire and where you quench fire and all those kind of, we overrating ourselves as human beings. And these are mere humans that can sleep and not wake up. But you create problems that will last. That's why I said that some of Nigerian politicians do not have any element of humanity left in them. Because there are certain actions they take, they forget tomorrow.
Okay, let's look at Atiku's proposal of 5 years rotational single tenure. What do you think? Do you think he's right with that proposal?
These are beautiful proposals. Now you ask yourself, that's like what I said. I'm not having anything against Atiku. I know he's also facing it. But these are how we made our math, and we are lying in it. So let nobody complain. I know he had opportunity of being at Aso Rock for 8 years with his principal. This is an issue of rotational marginalization, had been there, and we have system. That's why I describe it as this 4-year-old shit. But this is the time you find it very convenient, and I still take it with a pinch of salt. You had good 8 years of, and even after that, you were in different political parties at a high level, not just as ordinary party member. Which of the party does he belong to now? As Atiku. If he belong to PDP, fine. If he belong to APC, then push. Because he has friends across. It's not something you go to the press. Let him lobby. He has power to sponsor bill at the National Assembly at his position. And nobody will even hear it. Will you hear? So all this kind of them, I hope he's not playing to the gallery. Because this one cannot, a lot of people have said it before. Nobody listened. It's like the state police. People are afraid because they know why they are afraid. People who do not want the rotational presidency are the people who just felt that they bring one useless argument. But when they have in mind selfishness, believing that one set of Nigeria will continue to rule this nation, and that's where we have brought us to. Because if you allow, that's why he said they make statements that they don't believe. They preach what they don't believe. They speak when it's more convenient. They don't put it to action. So what will it take us? What will it take us? A lot of things in Nigeria has played out that what is causing trouble in Nigeria is when you take. In Igbo land they say, ewe. That's what causes trouble. If I take and take again, then the next man will say, you think we are here to watch you? And that's what has happened. Some people have done it, suppress the people who we want to, even when you want to say, they can classify you as anything and keep suppressing you. But these are why they find that this endless run of the locust, you suppress this generation. When they want to die, they tell their children, these are people suppressing us. And they come up again and continue to fight. So, is it not time we say the suppression has not worked? If you have suppressed some people for 64 years, it has not brought us peace. It's only a stupid person that will continue on the same mindset of their cause problem and expecting a change. They say it every day. Even the politicians will use such words. They will not deem it fit to use that their overused words to go back and re-strategize and replan and reorganize and step down. All those words they overuse in Nigerian political atmosphere to look at this problem. So they're still speaking, playing to the gallery. I do not trust them and believe them. They have to convince Nigerians like us that what they are saying is true by saying one thing and doing it. These are people who say 1 billion things, they won't do one. And you only hear it looks nice on paper. Will paper solve the problem of Nigeria? Has paper solved the economical problem of Nigeria, which has collapsed totally? Has paper and all this talk solved the security situation in Nigeria, which has collapsed totally? Has it solved the governance situation in Nigeria, which has collapsed? Has it solved the health, education, all the sectors of Nigerian economy has collapsed? Not to go to the oil and gas. God help us.
God help us. I think that's what we got at time because of our time this morning.
Okay. It's always better to take it in bits.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris, for your input. So we'll be taking a short break after that. We'll continue with some other segment. Do stay with us.
Welcome back. You are still watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. So in the spirit of the Independence Day celebration, we are going to be talking about politics as it relates to Nigeria's independence up until this moment. Of course, we had that independence in 1960. A whole lot had happened since then up until now. One of the most significant things you could actually draw your attention to is the fact that we had a civil war that lasted 3 whole years, where more than 1 million Nigerians were killed in that war, both from the Biafran end and of course from the Nigerian end at the time. Drawing some thoughts from that, do you think that basically that particular war changed a whole lot that we are still being fraught with up until this moment? We have with us in the studio Pastor Silas Onoha, as a political analyst. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Do you think in any way that the war between 1967 and 1970, we're still being affected by that particular civil war?
Yes. In fact, everything is based on it. Whatever is happening now is based on that war. If we hadn't fought that war, maybe some other things must have taken place. But because the war was fought and lost, some people were sidelined as losers. So a lot has changed.
Right. So many persons also say that the war would have been inevitable. I mean, the people who were at the forefront of that war, Ojukwu and Gowon at the time, there would have been some compromise, so much so that the war would have been averted. Do you think that we would have averted that war?
Yes. Ojukwu made an effort to make sure that there will be nothing like war. You remember the Aburi Accord? And so many accords, and none was kept by Gowon and his Nigerian government. Ojukwu sought for peace. But the people he was dealing with closed their ears. They blocked their ears. They didn't want to hear him or achieve that, because if they follow him, they will not achieve their aim. Their aim is what is happening today.
And what is happening today?
Marginalization of certain section of of Nigerians. 2, there is no unity anywhere in Nigeria. We had unity last in the 60s. Today, there is nothing. We are far away from each other.
Well, let's talk about the marginalization. Many people would think that the thought about marginalization is a little bit, narrowed. The thinking and the thought is narrowed because what is the state resources is given to the state, and even the resources given to the states is not well utilized. When you say marginalization, is it based on appointments, or based on resources, or based on their locations? I mean, if you look at what's going on in the Southeast today, you can't really say that the amount of monies that have been poured into the Southeast is being used judiciously to cater to the people of the Southeast. So who is marginalizing who in this sense?
Okay, look at it this way. Southeast is at the bottom of this country. The lowest in terms of states, number of states, in terms of number of local governments, in terms of number of words. Of course, all these attracts money from the federal government. While the Northwest, Kano alone, has 44 local governments. The whole Southeast, how many have we? It's less than 90, about 94 local governments.
But we created the local government.
Eh?
We created the local government, didn't we?
The Igbos.
The people who at the time created the local government.
Good, the government. The government will tell you the number of local governments you will create. And if you create more than that, you will cater for it. You take care of the other ones. They will only give you allocation to the ones they created.
Yeah, so even at that, the 5 Southeast states have their own resources. They have been ruled by Igbos, not by Northerners or any.
I agree with you. I agree with you. They have been ruled by the Igbos. But remember one thing. After the war, the Igbos lost that togetherness. They don't have a leader. And other Nigerians capitalized on it to divide us more.
So I wouldn't say it's their fault, other part of the country, other part of Nigeria. I wouldn't say it's their fault. Would you say it's the fault of Igbos?
It's not the fault of Igbos, because it is the position they found themselves after the war. It was too much to bear. For instance, by 1970, I don't have 1 naira.
Okay.
Or let me say 1 pound. And I know many people are like that. Then if you have money in the bank, you go to withdraw the money. They say you have tampered with the money. Therefore, the money has gone. That you tampered with the money during the war. You've lost your money. Some people who did not tamper with their money were given 20 pounds. So, the only yardstick you can measure Igbo man economically as at that time is 20 pounds. So, everybody was going haywire, looking where to find greener pasture for himself. And that has continued up to today. The governors, when the thing came in 1999, I mean, when civil rule came into play, the players were those people that had money through the wrong way. They had money through the wrong way. So they all came into politics with their money. The people who want to maintain gentility, they have nothing, but they have their brain. They have everything that will make them a good leader. But money came into play. And these people were chosen. The first set of governors in Igbo land, can you tell me one that is good? No one.
You mean it from 1999?
Yes.
When you say good, good may be relative.
Good means working. The person that
doing a good job.
Good job, selfless
leadership.
I mean, some people can point
like we had at the time of Michael Okpara.
Some people can point towards Chimaroke Navani, 1999 to 2007, Enugu State Governor at the time. He opened up Enugu practically. The people we have today who are even in politics in Enugu, he built them. The reconstruction of Enugu State, you could say he built them. But that's not even what I'm trying to talk about, but I'm sure you're going to highlight that a little bit. But after the war, we had the 3 R's: reconstruction, rehabilitation, and I think there's a third R, rehabilitation. The government said no victor, no vanquished, and also embarked upon reforms to reintegrate the Igbos into the government space. You don't think that has happened over time?
The 3 R you mentioned, one is reconstruction, another one is rehabilitation, and the other R is
reconstruction, rehabilitation, and
is it restoration or
it's not restoration,
reconciliation?
Reconciliation.
Good. None of the 3 R's saw the light of the day. No.
Why?
It was not implemented by the government. So that was why we are where we are today, trying to struggle by ourselves. I'm a victim.
Of the war?
Yes, of what the war brought.
Okay.
How are you a victim?
I'm a victim because at the end of the war, I had nothing. I started afresh. So,
what were you doing at that time? How old were you at that time, in 1967 and 1970? What was the war like, being a young person at that time?
as at 1966, I was 22 years old.
Wow.
So, as at the time the war ended, 1970, I was like 24 years old. Or
25.
26 years old. So I'm a full-fledged man when it happened. I was feeding myself, clothing myself, doing everything by myself, and helping my younger ones to school. So I have responsibility at that time. So I can say when the war ended, I had nothing.
So what was it like? Because at the time, I heard that through books, that young people were co-opted into the Biafran army. Were you co-opted into the Biafran army at the time? And where were you specifically? Were you in the eastern region, or you were outside the eastern region?
I was at the heart of Biafra. Each time where the Biafran headquarters is where I am.
Okay.
In Enugu, in Umuahia, then in Madonna 1, in Etiti, local government area. And when they moved to Owerri, I was there. But one thing that I did not do, I had very young persons. My father has died, my mother has died. I am the breadwinner of the family. So if I die, the rest will die. I have that at the back of my mind. That's why I didn't join Biafran army.
It was a choice.
It was a choice. That's why I didn't join the Biafra army. I had to stay alive to guide these ones. So,
okay, let's talk about the leadership, politics and governance from that 1999 till date. What are the significant changes you have noticed or you've noted in Nigeria so far?
Negative or positive?
Both.
In fact, we are on the negative side.
Okay.
Nothing has actually improved. What we have today is window dressing. Amateur war judge. That is what Nigerians are doing today. When you wear cloth, people will think everything is okay with you. But inside, you know what you are passing through. That is the problem with Nigeria today. We had never had peace, true peace in Nigeria. If you don't have peace, you have lost it all.
Was there any time we had peace in the past?
Yes. In 1960 to 66, I used to sleep outside. No armed robbery, no thieves, no nothing, no mosquito bite. A lot of people sleep during the heat. A lot of people sleep outside their house. We have peace. If you go to the north, I can tell you this for free. In the north, The Hausas saw Igbo man as next to God. Because of what we can do with our own hands. But today, what is happening? The Igbo man has been suppressed. Suppressed. I liken it to the picture in 50 Naira note. If you get the 50 Naira note, look at it. The woman's head is above all, followed with the man with turban. Then the other person, Yoruba, the Igbo man, was at the bottom, very lean. That is the position. It's not.
I've heard a lot of people saying that it's a deliberate government action to do this suppression, so to speak.
It is. It is government action. It is deliberate.
Even with government after government, because, I mean, in 1999, Obasanjo detribalized Nigeria. A man who welcomed everybody. Yar'Adua, the same thing. Jonathan, the same thing. This call about marginalization started peaking when the President Buhari took over office. You know, but you can't really say that it's a deliberate government. At what point did they make it a policy to marginalize
Since
the South?
1967. Since 1967, the military started creating, they created the core states, 8 core states, is to press down the Igbos, to suppress us. Ojukwu did not accept it. They created 12. Ojukwu did not accept it. He said, let us sit down and agree on what to do. You don't force anything to us. So the military started implementing unitary system of government. You know, so the suppression is not from 1999. It's from 1966 or 67. The military, everything we are suffering today comes from the military. And the military is the North. I tell you, I can count them by my fingers. The number of head of states that came from the North. And the number that has come from the West.
Well, the North, it doesn't look like it's even better.
They are not better because...
I'm just saying that it's not about the amount of persons who have led a country or the amount of persons who have come from a place, but what you can actually do with that position in terms of distribution of resources. But, I mean, the North is the poorest according to our statistics. But we're talking solutions now. Going forward, we have a new president who just came in last year. And so far, his reforms have impacted many lives. So many people think that he's on the right path to the development of this country. And some others think that he isn't. But for you, going forward, what do you think can be done in terms of uniting the country? And of course, having a country where everybody will feel, you know, happy and excited to
peaceful.
to practically be part of it.
Let me start from somewhere. You see, there's a program called Structural Adjustment Program of Babangida. That program would have been a master stroke that would have given Nigeria what we want, or even more than. When I heard that program, I started jumping up. I felt relieved in my heart that something good is coming to Nigeria. Because I read a book written by a Ghanaian. He was a student in China, African student in China. He wrote the book about China, how Mao Zedong and every other person started the revolution in China. And what they used is this structural adjustment program. Get all the cars, bring them, park them in one place. Both private to government to park them in one place. China people, if you want to ride a car, produce a car. If you want to ride a motorcycle, produce motorcycle. If you want to ride a bicycle, produce a bicycle. And even the head of state was riding a bicycle produced in China. And at that material time, I had a pressing iron called Santon iron. It was made in China. And in that book, that iron was mentioned that when it was first produced in China, if you buy it, before you finish pressing one sheet, the elements were born. Then the government gave order. If it burns, take it back to the shop where you bought it. Tell them what happened. They will give you another one. And take the other one back to the factory. And that is what they continue doing until they perfected Santon. Santon became an export product.
So such thing as practice.
Yes, that is what is called structural adjustment program. So I was happy that Babangida did that. But you see, such programs goes with some kind of sacrifice. The people of China paid that supreme sacrifice to adjust. They don't travel out of China, unless on government platform. You are going to for government business, then you will travel. Otherwise, let us all remain here and suffer it together. So they did that. They produced so many things. They produced their own cars. And today, they have all those things for exports. That's why China is the way they are today. They drove away the Japanese, who were bourgeois at that time. They liberated themselves from them.
So you think structural adjustment program will be good?
Will be the same thing. Okay. But I discovered that while Babangida is asking us to tighten our belt, himself and his cabinet, we are losing their own.
We'll have to leave it there, Pastor Silas. Oh no, we'll have to leave it there because of time. We truly appreciate you. Maybe
Thank you.
In another time, we'll probably invite you for a longer discussion because I really enjoy the discussions with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Remain blessed.
So we're headed for a short break. When we return, we will switch gears to talk about human rights abuses since 1960. Stay with us.
We're glad to still have you back. This is Signature Television, and this is the Signature Morning. We'll be moving ahead to another segment. We'll be discussing Nigeria at 64. Yeah, the human rights violations. But before we talk about the violations, we have a very significant person in our midst who is celebrating his birthday today. We're talking about our guest, Larry Ogwegu, human rights advocate. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Larry.
Happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you, Charles.
So I hope you're not going to arrest any human rights violation
no,
today.
Today we are not. I have a right to relax too.
Okay.
Yes, I have a right to think about life. I have a right to mingle with friends and generally enjoy life. It's actually a right we have.
Absolutely.
In fact, kids have a right to play. A lot of people don't understand that. It's actually enshrined in the Child Rights Act that they have a right to play.
Oh, really?
So I also want to assume that as my mother's kid, I have a right to play today, to relax.
How do you celebrate your birthday?
First of all, I reflect. I start from the previous day to reflect on life, to ask myself, how well have you done? And then what are you going to do with the rest of the time? And there's something, I got a very interesting insight this morning when I was reflecting and talking about birthday with my friend. And it got both of us a little worried, not just thinking. I told him that we're not very intentional about how we spend our lives. That life is like an exam where you don't know when the examiner will say, time up, bring your script. So I now said, imagine that you're in that all-important exam, your degree exam. And then they announce that you don't know when you stop writing. Imagine how frantically you write. Imagine how you choose the most critical questions and be dealing with them so that anytime they take your paper, you'll pass. And that's actually what we are doing.
Wow.
Because we don't know, no matter how much good food you eat, how careful you are, you still don't know. I mean, some guys were in Lagos and a plane just came from above and killed them. And they never flew in a plane before. So, I mean, that thing got me thinking. So you ask yourself, if you're taking this exam that you don't know when they'll take your paper, how intentional will you be? And that's actually what we're doing in the exam of life. We're on a stage and we don't know when they will draw the curtain and say, it's over for you. And that actually got me thinking today that I should have more sense of urgency. I should be writing as if they may take my script the next minute.
Wow.
And these are the kind of things that actually help me to be more intentional, more focused about the things I want to do. Basically, what I want to do at the end of the day is to leave a legacy, not what Nigerians call legacy. If you ask a typical governor, say, oh, my legacy is that I built a house somewhere. No. For me, the greatest legacy you can leave is to affect. I ask some of my close friends who can tell truth to power to actually tell me how well I've done. And that's pretty worrisome because I'm getting the feedback.
There isn't going to be parties or maybe some sort of gathering of friends to eat suya.
And kids.
So I'm just saying. So I was going to maybe ask that in a specific way, but you are talking about reflection. I mean, I hope the reflection would also be...
We'll reflect on
Reflect
the...
on the
yes, but that's part of the relaxation and all of that, yes. The reflection should reflect on the... Because when you don't reward yourself,
Exactly.
Sometimes life becomes difficult to manage. My dad was a sage. He taught me one lesson. There was a time I was really feeling very sad because something didn't work out the way I wanted. And my dad said, you're feeling so sad because you don't reward yourself when you win. That take out time to reward yourself when you win. Small wins, celebrate yourself. So that when you lose, it won't be too hard on you. Imagine that you made so much money and you never really celebrated yourself, and then you lost the money. It means that you just never really enjoyed all of that work and money. So in line with the reflecting on the entertainment and the enjoyment, I think my dad made me understand that once in a while, reward yourself, reward your friends. So, yes, at some point we're going to get together.
All right.
And then reflect on the enjoyment.
Okay, let's move ahead to the discussion this morning. We'll be talking about Nigeria at 64, the human rights violations. You know, looking back at Nigeria 64 years, you know, independence, you've seen recurring patterns of violations from the military regime of 70s and 80s, and of course the 2020 NSACS protest. What would you say, how would you assess the progression or regression in, you know, protecting citizens' rights over the time?
That's very interesting. When you talk about the progression, first of all, I don't think much has changed. Basically, what happened was that the colonial masters created a template for ruling their colonial enclaves, and Nigeria was one of them. And at the time they were ruling us, they were teaching their young people human rights in schools. They were upholding the rights of their own citizens, but they never really taught us human rights here. They never taught us to respect our own rights. They never taught us to take human rights seriously, basically because they couldn't be colonizing us and teaching us human rights. On the contrary, they were interested in flogging us into shape, so they were oppressing us, officially speaking, just like the South Africans were oppressed in apartheid South Africa. For instance, when the coal miners in ENUGU decided to protest the ill treatment, they were shot by a crazy police officer, and nothing happened. So why did I start with that? The colonial master set a template of abuse, both in terms of leadership and in terms of policing. So the leaders were not really interested in protecting the rights of the citizens. We had spaces we call GRA. The GRA in those days was reserved for the elites, the white folks and the few black administrators. And in those days, if you had the misfortune of passing through the reserved area without any reason for being there, you were arrested and charged for wandering. You are walking around anyhow. So if you had to just try to use a shortcut to get to somebody's house and you pass through the GRA, you could just find yourself in jail for passing through, you know, like you as kids, you were making noise and chattering near a white man's window. So the leadership wasn't sensitive to the fact that we were human and we had rights. And then they created a police and other institutions that enforced what they wanted us to believe. So the police at that time, it wasn't our friend. I don't know if they're our friends now, but that's a matter for another day. So what they did was to enforce the philosophy of the white man, to keep us in shape. And they did that very well. And by the time, and that's the problem we have today, because we're talking about the progression. By the time the colonial masters left and handed over to the black masters, because there was no deliberate orientation on the concept of servant leadership, on the concept of connecting with the people you are leading, on the concept of that if you're a leader, you're a public person. You are not supposed to have a private life. If you're a leader and you're sick, they should tell us because you're our president. If my dad was sick at home, they told us and we knew what the problem was. If we had to pray, we pray. If we had to raise money, we raised money. So because there was no such transition, both in terms of political leaders and in terms of the policing institutions, we now just continued, though we claimed to be independent, and we actually got the independence. In actual terms, we couldn't translate the benefits of the independence to the citizens in terms of human rights because both the leaders and the policing institutions did not understand the concept of human rights. And I wanted to lay that foundation so that we'll understand that from 1960 till now, that is the same problem we are suffering in different ways. If you remember, some time ago, unknown soldiers practically destroyed Fela Anikulapo Kuti's home. And he said his mother was practically hauled out of the window from a first floor. It was a sign of absolute lawlessness at that time because they could have done what they wanted to do without that level of brutality. But because there was no sense of human rights, there was no place for accountability, nothing changed. And unfortunately, it started with the politicians. And then when the military came in, it became worse. Because usually when they come in, they suspend the aspects of the constitution that wasn't in alignment with their behavior as military boys. They usually suspended the legislative, excuse me, the legislative government. They usually suspended all the human rights sections of the constitution. So they led by decree. And they decreed what suited them. So why am I saying this? The truth is that by the time we started our democratic experiment after the white man left, we were not tutored in human rights, both the political leaders and the police. And the politicians just used, maybe if you are benevolent, then you behave in that manner. The constitutional framework for human rights was not respected, which is the same story we have now. We have one of the finest documentation of rights that citizens should have in Chapter 4 of our Constitution, and we are not respecting those rights.
Right.
So the challenge we've had is that the foundation was faulty. And that foundation, being a mental foundation, a mindset foundation, will not allow us to really practice human rights properly until we deal with that foundation.
Right. There's hardly any country you can point out to say that they are free from human rights. I mean, if you look at the developed world of countries of this world, US, UK, France, Germany, they all have human rights problems, issues lingering on their neck in terms of what they have done in the past, either against their own citizens or citizens of all other countries. I'm just wondering if it is possible for a country to be human rights violators free.
Well, I think I like that question from the perspective of the fact that a lot of nations have challenges, even those nations we hold up. But I think the finest countries when it comes to respecting human rights are the Scandinavian countries.
Okay.
And I mean, these are countries where they have practically been able to achieve a groundbreaking level of respect for human rights. You are talking of countries like Holland, Finland, Sweden. These are places where women practically have equal rights and shares and everything like men. Some of these countries don't need their prisons anymore. They are renting out prisons to other European nations because so there are countries where the concept of human rights abuse, as we see here, like a man assaulting their wife and all of those things, not only that it doesn't happen as often as it happens here, but if it does, they take it very seriously. And in those nations, the Scandinavian countries, state abuse is minimal, almost non-existent. State abuse meaning agents of state abusing citizens. But when we talk about the big brothers, the countries that we talk about often, the United States, UK, and all of that, they have their baggages. But the major difference is that when the right of a person is infringed upon, the state investigates. The state rises up to defend the person. So when a person says, I can't breathe, and you choke him to death, there will be public outrage and outcry. And the state will rise up to check what happened and hold people accountable, even when that person was supposed to have criminal records or was supposed to be black and does that. But in Nigeria, you see cases that are glaring and shocking, and the state would be not only the perpetrator, but the state would cover up. As we speak, this is a matter for another day, but as we speak, a young man who went for youth service from the southeast, ENUGU State precisely, to the southwestern parts of Nigeria, disappeared into thin air. And the mother has gone to NYC, no reply. The mother had gone to the police. The day I met this woman, the way she was crying and talking about a son, this poor woman and the sick husband invested everything they had in 1 month to leaving youth service. Nobody can account for his whereabouts. His phone was smashed. Under suspicious circumstances, nobody has taken any step to find him, as little as checking the last conversations on his phone. Because this woman is poor, the husband is bedridden, everybody brushes her away. You are talking about right to life here. We are not even sure the boy is alive. And the state is not doing anything. And this boy died serving the state officially.
Wow.
Practically. I use that example because it's glaring. But we don't have value for the rights of human beings. We don't even have value for life here. So we don't expect that states will be human rights abuse free. But we expect that when there are problems, they should be investigated and there should be solutions. And talking about the fact that we don't really have these solutions, you will notice that it's the same pattern that we've had all this time that is getting worse. She talked about progression, and I didn't get to that. You see, we're actually getting worse in many ways. Though we look better, but we're getting worse. Now, let me explain. Before now, our police won't ask you for money to open a case file. They won't ask you for mobilization, that's the word precisely, to go and arrest a suspect. They won't ask you for mobilization. Yesterday, somebody went to Zone 13 at Ukpo to respond to an invitation to sort out a case. And the person in charge asked him to bring money so that they will visit the scene of crime, mobilization. it wasn't that bad before. You know, the police has better machinery for making us believe they're our friends. They have police diary, they have social media handles. When a scandal shows up on social media, they try the victims and tell us that, oh, they have tried these victims. But you go to the same place, and there is a bad case, which happened recently here in ENUGU. So somebody said, pay 150,000 for bail. And the intervention officer HRVC sent, Human Rights Volunteer Corps sent to the station, said, we don't pay money for bail. He told us that bail is free. And the police officer insisted. So this young man called Abuja, a certain number of an officer who came to train HRVC volunteers, the CRU, Complaints Response Unit. And the Complaints Response Unit called these officers in ENUGU and practically chewed their ear for even trying to collect money. And an officer, a deputy commissioner of police, who should be responsible, now ask the person who made the call to Abuja, so if you sack this man, are you going to feed his family? Why did you call Abuja? Why didn't you come to ask me first? Now, that's how low we have descended. So we're actually getting worse, if you ask me. The colonial police had a problem. Their only problem was to ensure that we didn't make noise or agitate or gather to demonstrate and all that. They were not asking people to bring mobilization to the extent that we're doing now. So I think we're actually retrogressing. 30 years ago, 35 years ago, we didn't have touts going to carry people bodily and carry the equipment in the name of collecting revenue. It wasn't that bad. Today, if they carry your generator and you seem to be uninterested in the generator, they may carry you bodily to put you in the bus. As a matter of fact, you know, on a funny note, something happened in our own office a few years ago. They came to our office. Some of them said, oh, this is human rights office, so we have to be careful. So they did something that I consider both amusing and ingenious. They called, they told the boy, oh, we want to see certain papers. The boy said, okay, let me call our boy. He said, no, we don't need to see your boss, just the papers for this payment, that payment. The boy said, okay, I can't give you the papers unless I call my boss. They said, okay, come and explain to our guy. So he went downstairs and put his head in the bus to explain. They took the 2 legs and put him in the bus. Hey. And this is a true story, and drove away. The painful part is that I was sitting in my office. I thought there was somebody at the reception. The reception was empty. There was nobody else in the office for some time. It was when a visitor came and was shouting that I came out. And I was like, what happened? Where is this young man? After about an hour, he called me and narrated the story. I first had a good laugh. I was because he said that he put his head to explain as he was told, and they collected the 2 legs outside and put in the bus and drove away. Wow. And that's state abuse. These were supposed to be agents of state collecting revenue. Isn't there a more civilized way to collect revenue? A girl was coming out of her basement. Now, it doesn't happen anymore with Eswama. I should say that because we're receiving those reports and we're fighting back. A girl was coming out from a typical compound, what they call yard here in Nigeria, with her towel tied around her chest with nothing else. And men who came for it, Eswama raid many years ago, carried her physically, towel and all, and put her inside the bus and drove her to Eswama court in that towel. A young woman. Wow. And touching her in that manner is already a criminal offense. Because they were not women, they were men. But they did. We were called to go and rescue her. So the truth is that we are retrogressing. We have a Human Rights Commission. We have several human rights institutions. We have the Human Rights Commission. We have state organs. For instance, in ENUGU, we have the Citizens' Rights and Mediation Center. Lagos, we have the Office of the Public Defender. We have a plethora of human rights institutions. But I'll be honest with you, they are not able to face down the level of challenges we have, especially because a lot of these human rights abuses are practically sponsored and facilitated by politicians who do not have a sense of the fact that people should enjoy their rights. And one of the challenges we have is that they feel that if they allow us to enjoy these rights, that will be ungovernable, that they will have power to challenge them. So they are thinking like the colonial masters. The only difference is that we are black and they are black too. Because the colonial masters said that if we allow these people to exercise their rights, they'll begin to demand for freedom. That's exactly the same situation we are in now. So that if they allow us to exercise our full rights, we would begin to ask questions they may not want to answer. We begin to place demands on them, hold them accountable in ways they may not want us to. So we are retrogressing. And it's sad that with the level of education available to us, with the number of professors of law that we have, with the number of judicial institutions that we have, with the number of places where you're supposed to go and hold abusers accountable that we have, we are still getting worse. So we need to begin to have a more functional conversation that will do at least two things. One is get citizens to become aware that human rights is not a privilege. It's a right. It's actually called inalienable right, a right you cannot separate from the person. And I also make bold to say that human rights are first given by God and documented by man. So when we talk about rights, we're not even talking about something you just dashed us, as we say. No. Because the right to fair hearing is innate, it's inborn, to the extent that even a 6-year-old child demands for fair hearing. If you want to punish a 6-year-old child without listening to his adult, so he said, Daddy, let me tell you what happened. Daddy, wait now. The person is demanding the right to fair hearing. I don't want you to punish me without listening to me. So at that time, the person didn't attend human rights training, the person didn't read anything. But there's this innate feeling that I want to tell you what happened before you make a decision. When you see people being maltreated, maybe by the military or police, roll on the ground, do frog jump, the first thing you do is to get angry and say, this is not right. Even people who don't know about human rights say that. And in human rights balance, it's called the right to the dignity of the human person. So you don't have to treat a human being properly. So when we respect human rights, then we can begin to talk about enjoying Nigeria. It's not just about economic hardship. In the Scandinavian countries I mentioned, when you look at indices of happiness, which is one of the indices we are looking at now globally, we have the Human Capacity Development Index. We also have the Happiness Index. The Scandinavian countries, Finland always comes first. That is, Scandinavian countries are way ahead because you're happy. Happiness is not about just having money. There are a lot of young Nigerians who have money, but once they see a police checkpoint, their happiness will vanish. Sometimes they'll make a U-turn altogether. And what's the offense? The hairstyle, maybe one earring, and then maybe you are driving a Mercedes. That labels you as a target. But that's not good. I mean, you could be an entertainer. You could have plenty of money without being a fraudster. But because you are dressed in a certain way, you are labeled. And you're not only labeled, you're maltreated. So we have a very serious job to do. And I'm glad that the people are gradually rising up to it. They are beginning to assert themselves. The media is also rising up to the occasion. We have to put human rights on the front burner. The truth is that if we don't get human rights right, most of the other things we're looking for won't get them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show to the extent that a lot of people can go, to defend certain things. I'm trying to look at this whole thing from the premise of the government. You had highlighted the colonial masters and what they did and how they went about it, creating the foundation that has got us to this point. It does look like that they are the ones that handed us this style of continued, colonialism, because it still rears its ugly head even within us. The EndSARS campaign, the arrest of NBAD governors, protesters, and labeling them
treasonable
they are
actors.
traitors.
Yes, they are traitors.
You know, and then asking them to pay 10 million naira, fines and the likes. So I'm wondering, do you think the government is deliberate with making sure that the citizens don't have the access to these informations about their own rights? Because if they do, it will be too much for them to handle.
First of all, I'll start from the last statement you made. They actually think that it will be too much for them to handle. And that's why they don't want us to have access to human rights information. But let me tell you the truth. Though they think that it's difficult to lead educated persons or enlightened persons or those who know about their rights, I think it's easier to lead them but difficult to mislead them. And because our political leaders insist on misleading people, they don't want us to know our rights. I will give you an example. If you look at the Code of Conduct for Public Servants, which is a part of our Constitution, a schedule in our Constitution, it actually gives us clear information on how public servants should behave, down to the gifts they can receive or reject, that they cannot engage in choices that smack of conflict of interest, and all of that. But unfortunately, they don't want people to have such information. If you have such information, you can weigh situations and options and say, this is not right. So we have a situation where, at the end of the day, the political leaders don't want our people to have information that will embolden them to hold political leaders accountable. That is actually the truth. And the behavior is based on their assumption that when people become enlightened, when people have this kind of information, that it will be difficult to lead them. And the interpretation of leadership is doing whatever they like without people holding them to account. And that is why in Nigeria, a young man demonstrates because he thinks he doesn't have a future here. And then he's punished for demonstrating and labeled a traitor. But the truth is that the person who demonstrated on the street to say end bad governance is a more patriotic Nigerian than the person who sat at home. Because the person is saying end bad governance. The Constitution actually prohibits bad governance. So the person is actually more patriotic. The person is actually saying what the Constitution said to do, to hold leaders accountable. So I don't know how we can now say that the person who is doing Nigeria a favor by calling Nigeria's attention to the fact that we are not doing well. I don't know how you punish that person. And then you extol the person who says we can continue business as usual. We pay people to come on television, that's my view, to come and say we're not going to participate in. Because the people who sit down and tell us that we're not going to participate in this protest, when you look at them, first of all, you see them on television only when there's a protest that's coming on. And then they say, we won't participate. You don't see them any other time. Which means that somebody created that avenue. Somebody apparently paid for that opportunity. Absolutely. And then they come and tell us, we have a coalition of civil society organizations that won't participate. Those who want to participate, we don't give them platform to come and say, we want to participate. So we have a problem with our political leaders. I had the privilege of meeting the critical, the most influential Guba candidates in ENUGU State before the election.
Okay, just 1 minute, just to wrap up.
Yes, and I discussed human rights issues. And they all said, I didn't know it was this bad, including the present governor, Peter Mba. I spoke with him one-on-one. He said, I didn't believe it's this bad. And I said, the only interest I have is whoever emerges governor, deal with this. I mean, where the state belongs to you in terms of leadership, you are the father of the state. Make sure your children don't suffer. But the moment these leaders get onto the saddle, the people who were there before them will explain to them that if you give these guys 1 yard, they'll want 1 mile. So don't give them any rights. That the only way you can get revenue and get everything you want is by suppressing the people. And that takes us back, right back to the colonial heritage, which means that we have flag independence, but we're not enjoying the citizens' independence.
Wow.
Okay. Well, that is it. A very interesting time with you, Larry Ogwego. Thank you very much for your insightful contribution. All right, we'll be moving ahead to the business report. Do stay with us.
The Bank of Industry (BOI) has announced that 140 manufacturing companies across Nigeria will receive loans of up to 1 billion naira each under the federal government's 75 billion naira Manufacturing Sector Fund. The loans offered at single-digit interest rates aim to boost industrial capacity and economic growth by supporting large-scale production enterprises. According to BOI's Managing Director Olasupo Olusi, the funds have already been allocated to successful applicants across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones, with disbursements currently underway. Olusi emphasized that in collaboration with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, measures are in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the disbursement process. The security budgets in Nigeria have seen significant growth over the last 64 years, with military spending increasing by over 1,900% between 1960 and 2021. Despite these efforts, the country is still faced with terrorism and persistent threats to national security. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, military expenditure rose from $23.4 million in 1960 to $4.47 billion in 2021. In Naira terms, the security budgets have grown from 618.26 billion Naira in 2010 to 3.24 trillion Naira in 2024, a 424% increase over the 14-year period. However, despite these increased allocations, many Nigerians still live under the shadow of insecurity, facing challenges like armed banditry, terrorism, and communal conflicts. Experts argue that increased funding has not translated into tangible improvements due to issues like corruption, poor coordination among security agencies, and outdated infrastructure. They suggest a strategic overhaul that addresses root causes such as unemployment, poverty, and inadequate intelligence gathering as critical to improving security. China recorded over 331 million cross-regional trips on Tuesday, October 1st, the first day of its 7-day national holiday, a 0.9% increase year-on-year and a 32.8% rise compared to 2019, reflecting a strong recovery in travel activity. Railways handled 21.4 million passenger trips, up 6.7% from last year, while highways saw 306 million trips, marking a slight 0.3% rise. Civil airlines carried 2.38 million passengers, an 11.6% increase from 2023. Water transport also saw growth, with 1.09 million trips recorded, up nearly 50% from last year. Oil prices surged by over $1 on Wednesday, September 2nd, following Iran's attack on Israel, raising concerns over potential disruptions to crude production in the Middle East. Brent crude futures climbed by $1, that's 1.36%, to $74.50 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate WTI crude increased by $1.07, that's 1.53%, to $70.90. Both benchmarks had gained more than 5% earlier on Tuesday, October 1st, reflecting market fears about escalating tensions in the region. The attack comes in retaliation for Israel's military operations against Hezbollah, a Tehran-backed group in Lebanon, escalating the conflict further. Analysts believe that ongoing hostilities in such a major oil-producing area could significantly impact global oil supplies, which is pushing prices upward. European stocks opened slightly higher on Wednesday, October 2nd, with Pan-European stocks 600 up by 0.35% in early trade. Investors are closely watching the escalating tension in the Middle East, particularly after Iran's recent missile attack on Israel. Defense stocks such as Saab and BAE Systems saw gains, while oil and gas stocks rose by 2.42% amid concerns over possible disruptions in the region's energy supply. Travel and leisure stocks dipped slightly, with airplanes rerouting flights to avoid the conflict zone. Meanwhile, JD Sports shares dropped by 3.5% despite reporting better than expected revenues due to weak performance from Nike, a key supplier. This cautious market movement follows a negative trend on Wall Street, where the Nasdaq Composite fell by 1.5% and the S&P 500 by 0.9%, highlighting investor unease amid growing geopolitical risks. At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, October 2nd on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 425.76 million shares were traded, amounting to a market value of 8.45 billion naira across 11,954 deals. Compared to the previous trading session, this represents a 27% decline in volume, a 7% improvement in turnover, and a 13% increase in deals. The current market capitalization of the NGX is 56.5 trillion naira. Out of the 123 listed equities that participated in the trading, there were 26 gainers and 32 losers. International breweries led the gainers, with its share price appreciating by 9.98% to close at 4 naira 41 kobo per share, followed by Maya with a gain of 9.94%. On the losing side, Ella Lakes fell by 9.93%, ending at 3 naira 99 kobo per share, followed by Caverton Offshore Support Group, which lost 9.92%. United Bank for Africa recorded the highest volume of trades with 108 million shares changing hands, followed by Zenith Bank at 35.2 million shares. The benchmark all-share index ASI shared 326.40 points, closing at 98,232.39, representing a 0.33